and it should be aimed at 15 to 20% is what is being expected. Specifically speaking upon the Vikram 1, about 2% of the global market rocket. This is a 4-stage rocket, 3 solid stage and 1 liquid stage rocket, and it is likely to be taking off from Sriharikota at about 11:30 a.m. today. I think 2 days back the clearance has been given by the standing committee board for launch of this rocket, and this is about 14.5 minutes journey into the space. And the first stage after ignition will work for about 1.5 minutes and take the satellite to about 20 to 30 kilometer orbit. Then the first stage will separate and the second stage will ignite, and then it will go on up to 3.5 minutes, and after that second stage separation will be complete, and the payload fairing will be separated, and third stage ignition will start. Third stage is also a solid stage and take the rocket up to about 6 to 7 minutes of journey, and after that the last stage is the liquid stage, which will ignite and take the payload, that is the satellite, into the remaining 14.2 minutes of its journey, and it is likely to be about 11:44.5 minutes the successful injection of the payload, namely the satellite is expected to be done. And I would wish a very best for the Skyroot, the first Indian organization, first Indian startup, first to do this type of activity, to take the payload into the orbital slot.
Absolutely, sir. And what we've seen Skyroot say is that this test flight is supposed to be foundational. Of course, it's the very first private orbital rocket that is to be launched. And with this particular mission, all they want to do currently is to, the data collection and to have this as a sort of foundational mission.
This
how
test
important
flight
do you
is
think
supposed
this
to be
mission is, and such missions are for the future of further such flights? And what exactly do they expect to find with this, do you think?
First and foremost, encouragement is that a startup from the country is launching a rocket into the orbital slot is something which is very, very interesting, and also very motivational for many other startups which are working in the same field. And the first and the foremost aspect is that no other startup has done it, no other private institution has done it, and this they are attempting for the first time, and they should come out successful is what is being looked at as a major milestone for Skyroot as well as for other startups. As far as the payload is concerned, it is just only for it has no specific user defined application, but it is mainly the demonstration of the stage 1 solid stage, which has to necessarily perform up to 1.5 to 2 minutes, and then the correction of the orbit has to happen. Then the stage 2 has to get ignited, that the stage 1 separation has to happen, this is important stage, and the stage 2 ignition has to happen, and once the correction of the orbit happens, then the stage 2 will take the payload for another 1.5 to 2 minutes, and about 3.5 to 4 minutes journey. The second stage has to get detached, that is separation of the second stage is something very important, which every startup, every private organization, institution is looking at. They are all very critical stages of the rocket flight, and after that the payload fairing has to be separated, because once it is in about 4 minutes, it will be out of the Earth atmosphere. There is no friction, therefore it is safer to remove the payload fairing. That is what we call.
Now these are some of the big milestones. We also had the Gaganyaan mission from India, and now we're looking at the launch of Gaganyaan 2, and India preparing for that. But for now, let's go close to my colleague Pragati once again joining us on this. Pragati, India has grown from from one milestone to other, starting from 1963, where we first took off to 2026. How has India's transformation been?
The last stage, that is the liquid stage, has to happen, and the remaining portion of 14.2 minutes of the entire journey
that our rocket is taking off.
The last stage is also
what that rocket represents.
What is looked at
Vikram 1 is
the
India's
insertion of the
first
satellite
privately
into
developed
the orbit,
orbital launch
as a
vehicle,
payload, that is
built
also
by
being looked at.
Hyderabad
If you see, every stage of this rocket
Aerospace,
is extremely
marking a
critical,
major
and the
shift in the
space
country's space
doesn't really pardon
ecosystem.
any type of
The
mistakes or
rocket
any
stands about
let-ups. Therefore,
22.5
it's
meter tall
important
and
that
weighs nearly
the
30
satellite
tons at
is
liftoff.
launched
It
successfully
is
and
a
every stage performs properly,
three-seat
and
solid
the
fuel
orbit
launch vehicle
what is
designed
desired orbit of 400
specifically
kilometer
for
plus
the
is achieved,
rapidly growing
and that is
small
what is
satellite
being very
market. It
closely
can
looked
carry
into.
up
And
to
this
480
experience would also
kilograms
percolate
of low
and also
Earth
give
orbit
confidence
and
for other
around
startups, and also
290
the
kilograms
ecosystem will
to
be
500
extremely satisfied in terms
kilometer
of
sun,
creating such a
orbit,
system
making
in the
it a
country,
suitable for
so that
Earth observation,
the
communication,
not
and
just the ISRO but
scientific
the
missions.
requirement of the
One
entire
of the key features of
country as well as
Vikram
the
1
world
is
can be
its
met by many
liquid
other
cooled
institutions also, which is
variable
the right way of doing it. It is
state,
not just
which
possible
comes
for
into play
a
after the
government
three
organization to
solid
meet the
states have
demands and
completed their
also
job.
meet the
This
world demands,
system allows
and
the rocket
the
to
market is huge.
to make
Therefore,
fine
this is
correction
the
in space,
first step
installing
forward in terms of
satellites
achieving what is called as
satellites are
Atmanirbharta, which is
placed
expected to
accurately
be
into
in
their intended
2047.
orbits,
The present
something that
government
is
discussion
crucial
has
for
announced that the
commercial launch
Atmanirbharta.
mission.
This is
The
a
mission
step
has
forward,
been named
and I think this is very
Agman,
encouraging.
symbolizing the arrival of India's private space industry into the orbital launch
Interesting
segment. It
fact
also
that we
builds
came
on the
across was
success
that
of Vikram
Vikram
S, the
1's launch comes
suborbital
exactly
demonstrator that
46 years
flew
after
successfully back in
India entered the League
2022.
of
And for
Space
India,
Faring
this
Nations with
mission is not
SLV-3, which was of course
this
India's
mission
first
is about much
experimental
more than
satellite launch vehicle by ISRO. And now today on the ISRO launch pad, the first ever private orbital rocket launch by Skyroot. How do you view this journey that we're witnessing with live shots coming in from Sriharikota that we're seeing minutes away from this pivotal moment? How do you view this journey that India's space sector has gone through in such a short time?
If you see the way Indian space sector has grown, it has been really very steady and with extremely calibrated way the Indian space program had been moving. As I pointed out earlier, also 1962 ISRO started its functioning from Ahmedabad, and first satellite launch was done in the year 1975 through Aryabhatta, and we have graduated from Aryabhatta to Aryabhatta was only a few hundred kgs, and we have graduated to thousands of kg launch. 18,000 kg is Gaganyaan, what is being planned to be launched by our own vehicle of our man-rated LVM-3 vehicle. Therefore, you can see from a payload of only a few hundred kgs to 18,000 kg, we have graduated. That's how the ISRO has grown, and the country has grown in terms of the rocket making, and that is really encouraging to see that we had SLV, then we had ASLV, then we had PSLV, GSLV, LVM-3, and now we are heading into the human space program. Therefore, the 46 years of journey of the Indian space program has really demonstrated to the world that the country can do it with all the limitations what we had. Please understand that the country which was a developing country which had lots of sanctions from every part of the world, and with all that we have started from the scratch. We have done our work, and myself have worked for nearly 38 to 40 years in this country and continue to contribute for the space program. It is really very hard and very tough to work in the situation where there is very minimal support from other institutions. Of course, there is always share, care, and knowledge sharing, etc. But when it comes to technology, when it comes to the demonstration of technology, something like solid engine and something like liquid engine and the cryogenic engine development, now the semi-cryogenic engine, these are all really a great way forward which ISRO has seen for the past 46 years, as you rightly mentioned. And now that we are entering into the complete private players, that is the ecosystem which has been created for complete private players, where now they are demonstrating 3 solid stages and 1 liquid stage in this Vikram 1 is something very really interesting and being looked into very closely, watched by the entire country, technical team, engineering team, startups, industries, as well as the world over, to see how this type of encouragement and this type of Atmanirbharta would help the country as well as the world in terms of rocketry.
Of course, sir, and What we're also seeing is that Vikram 1 will be carrying multiple technology demonstration payloads, and this includes those from the Indian Earth Observation Nano Satellite maker Grail Space, Indian Space Debris Removal Company Cosmoserve, Space Component Developer D-Cubed, and of course Skyroot's own in-house scope payload. What do you think this shows about India's ecosystem that we're building, this domestic indigenous ecosystem, especially in this budding private aerospace sector that we're seeing? What do you think that says about it?
It is a very interesting situation, and your question is also very apt to ask, and also I'm really thankful that you asked such a beautiful question. Look, the country which is a developing country. It is a developing country which they started with a humble way of a few hundred kg launch into the orbit. We launched 104 satellites by one PSLV into the orbit, and we created the world record, right? And same way, even though that is our what nobody could do, we could do, was something which is a pride for this country. And that is the way this present situation, the present Vikram is also attempting to launch multiple payloads into the orbit, which I'm sure that if it is successful, and I'm sure I am confident that it will be that it is going to really give an impetus and also the confidence to the entire dispensation that in the first attempt itself we are able to deploy multiple satellites into the orbit. It is not easy to deploy multiple satellites because the type of arrangement required for assembly, testing, and also injection into the orbit is something really challenging, which is being attempted for the first time. Going to go on with ISRO's something which has been done for uniquely is also that 2008 when we launched Chandrayaan 1, even though many satellites, many moon missions were already taken place, and also NASA had landed astronauts on the moon, but we were the first to find water. Therefore, there are always firsts which is this country, ISRO in particular, the country in large has done. And then 2014 Mars mission is a milestone when ISRO for the first time traveled 55 lakh kilometers over 9 months, and in the first attempt itself was successfully able to enter into the Mars orbit, and which no other country had done it, and many the other countries had taken many attempts to reach into Mars, but we had done it even commercially viable in terms of even the budget. If you see only 400 to 450 crores, unimaginable budget, unimaginable accuracy we had done. Therefore, that is the type of confidence, that is the type of resilience this country in large and ISRO in particular has. And now you would have seen Chandrayaan 3 landing on the moon, the far side of the moon, where no other agency had tried to launch land on the South Pole. India attempted, and for the and successfully landed on the moon. And really, it is again many other countries are trying to reach that place. Of course, it is something which is really unique, and what we call it as the first times. And you could also see the Aditya mission, the Sun mission, where it was extremely useful to study the sun related actions and various aspects of the sun during 2024 23 September. The Aditya was launched, and therefore the country has demonstrated uniqueness in the space program that even nobody has attempted, we have attempted, nobody has done, we have done. Therefore, it's not that we don't learn from anybody. We learn from anybody and everybody, and we do it in our own way. Therefore, the present dispensation at Delhi has created the ecosystem in the country for even the private players to get into that type of way forward, and they are being very thoroughly supported by ISRO. Every startup, every industry is being supported in terms of the technical expertise by the present employees as well as the employees who have superannuated, and also the facilities are being extended to all these companies. And that type of ecosystem creation is something which is really encouraging for this country, in particular, world in large. And I'm sure that we will be reaching miles and miles and in the way that exponentially forward, the way we achieved in 46 years, I think we should achieve in 4.6 years is what I expect that the private industries to do.
Absolutely, sir. A truly remarkable journey that India's space program has had over the years, over the decades. And now we're, of course, seeing the live visuals from Sriharikota, huge crowds gathered, cheering on this milestone that we've set out to achieve. We see the Skyroot team gathered over there, minutes away from the Vikram 1 launch. What do you think this particular mission is going to do for us? What kind of doors is it going to open? What opportunities do you see in the future as following on the heels of this important landmark?
Again, a very interesting and very important question. Once a country is confident, or once an individual confident, 90% of the work is done. Even when the exams, say for example, the students face the exam, if they're confident, even though they know they don't know or anything like that, 90% of the war is won once the system becomes confident. Therefore, this particular mission, which is being attempted by the private agency for the first time to launch a 4-stage, that is, please believe me, this is a 4 stages rocket which is being done for the first time, and which is being attempted to be launched into the orbital slot for the first time, is something which is really encouraging for not only for the Skyroot and for other agencies also. Look, any such experience and any such type of activities would also bring in interest into other players, and also it would also bring in give the confidence to other agencies who are likely to get into the space business, in terms of the investments, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of developing the sort of infrastructure that is required for making thousands of satellites which are required for this country. You would have seen there is a news that even there is a private player who is getting authorization to launch 1,500 to 2,000 satellites in next 2 to 3 years to come for the use of the Indian market, is something which is very encouraging. And such type of successes like what we are looking at Vikram 1 would definitely encourage the bigger players to get into the market, space market, and also contribute both technically, financially, and building of the assets, and also building of the facilities for the country in particular, and for the world in large. If you see other countries also, not to compare or anything like that, even the countries adjacent to us, they are launching thousands of satellites into the orbit, and even SpaceX is launching tens and thousands of satellites into orbit to give services for various applications and various users. And we should never be second. We should be second to none, is what Vikram Sarabhai had said. And I think Vikram Sarabhai's words today, we are in the same path, and we are going ahead to become second to none even in the space program. And such type of Vikram 1 type of launch and successes would encourage other players also to get into and serve this country in large.
Once again, we have live visuals on our screens right. What's your message to the Skyroot team as well as the nation at large? The significance of this mission. What would you like to tell them as well as everybody who is watching currently about what this mission means?
As far as the Skyroot is concerned, I would really congratulate them for having achieved this, feat of assembling 4-stage rocket itself is not easy. My experience of 38 to 40 years, I can tell you, you can always make rocket, but you cannot make rocket scientists. Therefore, they have made rocket scientists in their own organization. They have created rocket scientists which would take years and years of experience, and they have made a rocket is something. And I would congratulate the Skyroot for this feat of assembling and making a rocket and bring it to the stage of launch. This is first. Second thing is that I would wish them all the very best for the successful launch of this mission, which Skyroot is looking forward, and also the entire country of 140 crore people is looking forward for the success of such, such a launch. And I would expect that we would have equal to or better than SpaceX in the country, and I'm sure that such type of encouragement and also successes would give confidence to the entire dispensation for getting into getting into such space related activity, which is the market is huge and requirements are huge, and we should never lag behind any other country in this field. This is the second. Third is, as far as the country and the countryman is concerned, the team Skyroot has done their best. Okay, and once they have done their best, space is something which doesn't excuse anybody, and there are no mistakes which are tolerable in space. And it is not just that successful launch itself is a success, but I'm 100% sure that the launch will be successful. But any other happening also is an experience that the country should be prepared in terms of supporting such initiative and supporting such type of initiative. Even in ISRO, if you had seen, we had SLB when we started, we had our own experiences of successes and failures, etc. Of course, I wish them, and I'm confident that the mission will be successful, and we are looking forward for a successful mission, and all the very best to Skyroot, and all the very best to this country. And I would really thank the 140 crore citizens of the country for having supported such initiative. And this is the taxpayers' money which is being utilized, and we are answerable to the country, and we will definitely stand by for every achievement, and also every support required for any organization in terms of the technical infrastructure, facilities, etc. is what I think is the message that we should take it from this type of launch.
Sir, of course, we're just minutes away. Once again, we're seeing the Skyroot team over there preparing for the moment in Sriharikota as at the Satish Dhawan Space Center, of course, minutes away from the launch. Sir, what do you think the roadmap ahead should look like for Skyroot? And not just for Skyroot, of course, this is a big moment for the private aerospace sector as a whole. What do you think the future holds for them?
Future is very bright, and future sky is not and beyond is the limit, I should say. Even sky is not the limit. We should go beyond the sky is something which I would say in this point of time, because that's how our forefathers, our Vikram Sarabhai or Satish Dhawan, Professor Rao, that's how they started this institution. They absorbed all types of shocks when it came to, and that's how this country today has progressed and has delivered expectations of the country as well as for the entire world, is because the confidence that our mentors, our forefathers had on the dispensation of ISRO, and also on the support from the country. Therefore, the roadmap, if you see, the roadmap is wide open. Now, this rocket, we are able to demonstrate, say, 3-stage solid stage, and there is the liquid stage. Now, it can take a payload of few hundred kg, and that payload capacity will increase as we go on to the next stage of Vikram 2 or 3 or whatever it is, and even other players will be getting into. That is the second. That is the first thing, to improve the payload capacity of this rocket and demonstrate multiple launches as they are rightly doing now. And the next improvement will also be to get into cryogenic engines, semi-cryogenic engines, and also heavy lift vehicles. The way ISRO has developed over 46 years, we started from just the solid. The first SLV rocket was only solid state rocket, and it didn't even have the liquid stage. Only the liquid stage started later in ASLV, PSLV type of rockets. And we are into the cryogenic and semi-cryogenic rockets, heavy lift vehicle, and we have taken 46 years in this ISRO development. Of course, the way ISRO started 50 years back, the way now the availability of technology, availability of information, availability of systems, and the working force, etc. I think in next 4.6 years, that is the 1/10 of what ISRO had taken, the private agencies should necessarily achieve getting into the cryogenic engine, lifting 18,000 kg into orbit, and also launch Earth observation, communication, navigation, and many other satellites which are absolutely required for this country and this world. And this country, private agency should necessarily step into and take this as a big confidence and a big boost to their activities, and the remaining activities should be taken in such a way that we achieve what had been achieved in long years. And that is how the entire world is moving. If you see other space agencies and other private players like SpaceX or ESA or any other thing, they are moving leaps and bounds. And I think even our private agencies shall get into such type of activities, and I'm sure the government of India, which has created ecosystems for private players to get into in a very big way. As I pointed out a few minutes back, government has given approval for 1,500 to 2,000 satellites to be launched by one private agency. Please believe me, and there are many other private agencies want to do the similar type of launching. I think the government will definitely encourage, and with this, I think we are moving in the right direction to see that we take the country into the next, orbit, and also ensure that things are all going fine, and keep our flags high as ISRO had always done. And I would expect a similar type of functioning and also responses from the private agencies, which are coming in the large numbers into this market now.
Talking about the government and what India has really been doing for the sector. India opened up its aerospace sector to the private players in 2020, and just a few short years later in 2026, here we are with the first ever private orbital launch rocket all ready to blast off from Sriharikota. Do you think that policy has kept pace with the ambitions, and what else can India do to provide impetus to such a budding industry?
Definitely, the policies, the ecosystem that has been created is encouraging the private agencies, private parties to get into and get to the rockets and the satellites and many other space-related activities. There is no doubt about this, and there is much more to do, and there is a lot to do in terms of encouraging the private parties and giving them freedom of even the processes, and also getting into the investments also. There should be, now it's only I think 49% equity is possible, and that can also be going to 80 to 90% is what is expected, so that the multinational companies also can get into and invest in the companies of the ISRO. This is the first thing what the government need to do. Second thing is that even though the procedures and processes are definitely improved, and there is a single window approval through InSpace, which is the policy making body for the government of India, where if you see before 2020 we had only one ISRO. Now ISRO has been into three verticals. One is the research center, what is called as ISRO, and then we have InSpace, which is the policy making body, and then we have NCIL, which is the marketing. And I think these three pillars or verticals have to be thoroughly reviewed and thoroughly improved to see that the private industries are very well supported. Of course they are supported, I am not disputing that, but much more support and much more organized support, and save the time in terms of even the testing, in terms of approvals, etc., and also make their life simpler and easier for doing the business in this country is something which we expect it to be better. And as far as even the startups are concerned, Government of India has necessarily allocated budget, maybe 1,000 crores or something like that, but the types of budget which are required are much higher, and the encouragements required are much higher. And also we must understand that space is something which is which is a challenge by itself. And there is nothing that pardoning is possible in terms of any mistakes in the space. Therefore, keeping that in mind, even if the private agencies are not able to perform to the extent that we are looking at, there must be a way to see that the assessments are proper and they are encouraged, even though there can be experiences of other than successes is something which the government has to look into. Look, in summary, what we need is a large number of launches are required. Therefore, large number of private players with huge investments are required for this country. Even if you see other countries, the way they are launching thousands of satellites in a year, but we necessarily need to improve our
astronauts on the international space stations are also constantly falling towards Earth. And with us today in the Mission Control Center is our very own astronaut, Shubhanshu Shukla. And he's been following Skyroot's journey from a very close distance. He's part of our family as well. And he's here to cheer us on. So we thank him for his presence.
One more interesting fact for our viewers, that rockets get lighter every second. Unlike an airplane, a rocket becomes lighter every second because it continuously burns and throws away propellant. Because in aircrafts we have air breathing engines, so the oxidizer itself is the air that the turbofan sucks in. But when you have a rocket, you cannot have
T0.
Yeah. So when we are dealing with rockets, there is no air, outside air can enter and can be utilized for propulsion. So we have to carry our own bottles of oxidizers and fuel. And once the rocket is ignited and it's on its way through the entire flight, the propellant is expelled. And when the stage gets burned out, it's also thrown away or jettisoned. So that is why rocket keeps accelerating, because there is less and less mass to push.
That's right, Akhil. A rocket may weigh hundreds of tons on the launch pad. Consider our Vikram 1, it weighs around 45,000 kgs on the launch pad, but nearly 90% of that weight is just propellant.
That's really amazing. That structural mass is so less. I mean,
The views on your screen are from the launch gallery at Sriharikota, and we have thousands of students who've joined us from all over the nation, and they're eagerly waiting the launch of India's first privately built orbital launch vehicle, Vikram 1. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, it's a test flight, and we'll be doing a few of these before we move into routine commercial operations. We are in a state of hold for now. For the viewers who've just joined us, we have successfully initiated the automatic launch sequence at T-minus 11 minutes, and a lot of the key events that went into this have been executed. We have a hold right now at T-minus 5 minutes, and just to recap, we've had the switch over to internal power, wherein the vehicle is now powering itself. All of the null checks on our actuators have been completed. So essentially the vehicle's steering systems are in great health. And we're at a planned hold. One quick look at the rocket as well, standing on the launch pad. All right. We're getting updates from the mission control teams. The hold that you observe on your screens was due to a hold raised by the navigation team.
Vehicle directed to launch control. Please do the needful pre-exercises to reinitiate ALS and confirm your readiness.
And
Copy.
we've gotten confirmation that we will be starting ALS shortly. So please stay tuned. So we had a planned hold, and we've just heard from the mission teams below that
journey that
we are ready to
live
restart the automatic launch sequence shortly. And just to recap once again, Vikram 1 is on the launch pad. It's ready and eagerly awaiting its first test flight. We've had the initiation of the automatic launch sequence, and through that we've completed the internal power switchover, which means the vehicle is now powering itself using its own batteries. We've also had the null checks been completed, and we're now waiting for the next window to come about for the ALS to restart.
So now that we know that the ALS is on hold and soon we'll be back with a new time and the restart of ALS, let's talk about the entire journey of Vikram 1, the mission sequence. Now we know that first 100 seconds of the flight, the stage 1 will power the rocket to the denser layers of the atmosphere, and exactly at an altitude of 53 kilometers at 103 seconds, the stage 1 burnout will happen and the stage separation will initiate. And after the rocket to the denser layers of the atmosphere, power the exactly through the thinner layers of the atmosphere, altitude of 53 kilometers at 103 seconds, the stage 1 burnout will happen. Is the point. The stage separation will initiate. Stage 2, and during the stage 2, the stage 2 will ignite and it will power the rocket through the thinner layers of the atmosphere while keeping the same level of acceleration. First time when the payload, the satellite is the point, and later on in the stage 2 or during the stage 2, thinner, the higher layers of atmosphere, which is exactly you have payload fairing and it separates. Having protected this is the first time when the payload or the satellite is exposed to the atmosphere or to the space, thinner, the higher layers of atmosphere, which is exactly really close to space.
Or the payload
having protected the satellite throughout the ascent,
the portion that essentially protects the
fairing's job is done
from the
that's right,
Akhil.
And you mentioned that
the rocket goes through.
The PLF or
question
the
that
payload
becomes,
fairing
how do we separate all
is
our
the portion
stages,
that essentially protects the satellite.
So we use something which is very unique. We're very proud of that.
The environment
in-house to Skyroot, we have the separation.
Question then becomes, how do we separate all our stages?
Pneumatic ultra low
so we
shock
use
mechanism,
something which is very unique, and we're very proud
the
of
whole
that.
goal of this mechanism
In-house
is
to
it relays
Skyroot,
very
we
low
have
shock
the
from the
separation
payload
teams
itself.
which have
So,
developed
the
pneumatic ultra
the
low
payloads
shock mechanism.
usually carry very sensitive
and
electronics.
The whole goal of this
and
mechanism is so it relays very
shock
little
event
shock
come
around the
about,
payload
it may damage some of the
so
so that's why the
payloads
specifically
usually carry very sensitive electronics and instruments.
ultra low shock.
So if you have such a shock event come about, it may damage.
For the knowledge of
some
our viewers, I
sensitive
would also
instruments.
like to reiterate most
So that's why
of the
they
use
Skyroot made it a
which
point to develop
use
this
explosive charge to
ultra low
shear out the
shock
bolts and separate
separation
or jettison the
mechanism.
entire stage.
Like
Which
for the
could
knowledge
be
of our viewers, I
catastrophic
would
for some
also like to
sensitive
reiterate
payloads.
most
That is
typical
why
rockets they use pyrocords, which
use explosive charge to shear out the bolts and separate or jettison the entire stage, which could be catastrophic for some sensitive payloads. That is very costly and could be like
Now, even after the payload
might
fairing
lose
is
some data
separated,
in the satellite and
the job isn't
affect
done
its
yet.
workability.
Right? The climb is still going on. Stage 3 steps in and it generates
right
a large amount
now
of
even
thrust
after the
to
payload
essentially
fairing has
power the
separated
vehicle to orbit.
the job isn't done
Keeps
yet.
pushing
The climb
it
is still
near
going on.
orbital velocity.
Stage 3 steps
and
in
then comes
and it
something
generates
different, like we talked
quite a
about
large
earlier.
amount
We
of
have the
thrust
orbital
to
module
essentially
that
power
kicks
the
in.
vehicle into
And
orbit.
this is the
It
stage
keeps
that
pushing it
I got
to
to work
near
on
orbital
very,
velocities,
very
and
close
then
to
comes something
like I
different.
mentioned
Like we talked
earlier, it
about
was a
earlier,
team of
we have the
very,
orbital adjustment module that kicks
ingenious,
in, and
multidisciplinary
this is the stage is that I got to work on
teams
very
systems,
very closely. Like I mentioned earlier, it was a team of very
quality,
ingenious,
reliability,
multidisciplinary
CFD
members.
design. I mean,
We had
teams
you
from
cannot count
systems,
propulsion,
on the fingers of your hand,
dynamics,
and they all had to work in
quality,
unison,
safety, reliability,
CFD
once
design.
it starts working,
you can
count these
all of
fields
these satellites
on the fingers
into
of
its
your hand.
intended,
And they all had to work
orbit.
in unison
Control to all ground
you might
stations.
feel like
stage.
all of this is
and
happening.
then once
Revise
it starts
D0
working,
there's so many
everything
things
has in
happening,
place,
30 hours
but
size.
all of
It's
these
just
satellites
16
into
minutes.
its intended
That's all it takes.
orbit.
So
Minus 20
fast,
minutes.
but
And
it
you might
seems
feel
really,
like
really
all of
long.
this is
Like,
happening,
it took us like 1 hour from
there's so many
the
things
entire bus
happening,
stand
right?
to reach Sriharikota.
But it's just
But
16
as
minutes.
Suyash pointed out,
That's
so
all it takes.
it's such
So
a
minus
we can
20
say
minutes.
but it seems really long. The complexity
it took us
like
like 1 hour
an
from
entire
the
opera
entire
house.
bus
You
stand
have
to
be
reach
like a
Sriharikota.
soprano. You
But,
have to be so
as
perfect.
Suyash pointed
every
out,
system,
so
every
such a
individual,
we can
and
say
every
the
component
entire
should
rocket
be
engineering,
in
the
tune
complexity, looking at the complexity, it's like an
engage
entire
all the
opera
systems
house.
at
You
the
have
right
to be
moment, so
like a
that we can
soprano.
have
You have
even
to be
a
so
small
perfect.
ignition.
Every system,
And
every
now we have
individual,
Vikram
and
which
every
has close to
component should
1,000
be
subsystems,
in
and
tune
almost 2/3
to
of it will be
engage
utilized
all the
just
systems
even
at the
liftoff.
right
That's
moment,
really
so that
fascinating.
we can have even a small ignition.
So we've
And
gotten
now we
confirmation,
have
and you
Vikram 1,
might,
which has
see
close
it
to
on your
1,000
screen
subsystems,
shortly
and
as well.
almost 2/3 of it will
The
be
countdown
utilized
has
just even at
restarted.
liftoff.
We are
That's really
resetting
fascinating.
to T minus 20.
So we've
minutes,
gotten confirmation, and
and
you might
we are
see
at
it on
T
your
minus
screen
90
shortly
minutes
as well.
for the information
The
of
countdown
all our
has
viewers.
restarted. We are
Other ground
resetting
stations about the
to
new T0.
T minus
Please
20
confirm.
minutes, and we are at T minus 19 minutes for the information of all our viewers.
Other ground stations about the new
Roger.
T0. Please confirm on
Control
that.
timing in external
Skyroot
hold mode.
CNC copied, new PGM files shared.
Roger.
Skyroot
LCC to all, S2 and S3 HMS is event number 97 completed.
Roger. Control to LCC, MCC and RSO. Please note timing
Skyroot
confirmed.
LCC to all, S2 and S3 HMS is event number 97 completed.
Roger.
Skyroot LCC to all station, new T0.
Control to LCC, MCC and RSO. Please note timing confirmed, external hold mode.
All right, we are hearing from
Mission Agman is reset
mission
to
control that
12:05
time
PM. So
or
stay
the
tuned. We'll be with you, and we'll
liftoff
give you
time
some
for,
more space
Mission
trivia. We have a lot of
Agman
those,
is reset
and
to
we'll also
12:05
take you through the journey of
PM.
the rocket.
So
as-
stay tuned.
as
We'll be
well.
with you, and we'll give you some more space trivia. We have a lot of those, and we'll also take you through the journey of the rocket as well.
You know, many of the times one of the questions that comes is why space? You know, it's so hard. Getting to space is hard
many
enough.
of the times one of the
questions
questions that comes is
even
All
why
stations
space?
note,
So if it's so
mission
hard,
authorized.
it's so
The
hard.
Why
launch
do
of
it at all?
Vikram Mission Agman.
What does
Getting
it
to space
hold
is
of
hard
such
enough. Getting to
huge
space on the
importance
first try is even
that
All
harder.
stations
we
note,
want to
So if it's so
strive
hard
for making to the
the launch
why
stars?
do
of
it at all?
Vikram Mission Agman.
I mean,
What
if you
does
think
it
about
hold
it,
of
all the
such
activities
huge
that
importance
happen on
that
Earth, they
we
are
wanna
connected in
strive
some or the
for
other way
making
to
to the stars?
space. I mean, if you think about it, all the activities
Space has
that,
quietly become
happen
a
on
part of
Earth,
our
they are
daily life.
connected in
Every
some
weather
or the other way
forecast,
to
every
space.
map that guides us home, every digital payment and long distance call.
Space has quietly become a part of our daily
Well,
life.
viewers,
Every
of
weather
course, what we're
forecast,
seeing
every
right
map
now
that
live
guides
visuals
us
from
home,
Sriharikota,
every
and what
digital
we've just
payment
learned,
and long distance
is
call.
of course at the launch timing of Vikram. Well, viewers, at the of launch course, what we're timing seeing of right now, live Vikram visuals 1 from has Sriharikota, now and been what we've just rescheduled, learned, and it is, will of now course, at be the launch launching at timing of 12:05 Vikram 1 PM has after some now been planned rescheduled, hold and that it will was now done be over there, launching at and we're also learning that the 12:05 hold PM was after some initiated by the planned navigation hold team, that was and done now over there, it will be and ready we're also for a learning that the liftoff hold at was initiated by the 12:05 navigation team.
PM. The
And
timer, of
now
course, the
it
countdown
will be
timer
ready
of
for
Skyroot
a
has
liftoff
also
at
been
12:05
reset.
PM.
With
The
that, of
timer,
course,
of
let's
course,
go
the countdown
across to
timer
our
of
guest.
Skyroot
We
have with us Mr. Kishan Thakkar, who's the engineering co-founder and vice president at Galaxy. He's of course has been instrumental in advancing satellite imaging and operations management within the aerospace and defense sector. And of course, Galaxy focuses on developing innovative space tech solutions. So thank you so much. Absolute pleasure to speak to you on such a landmark occasion. And we have on our screens, of course, just minutes away from the Vikram 1 launch, a pivotal moment truly not just for the private aerospace sector, but for India's space ambitions as a whole. So firstly, of course, what are your feelings in this moment right now? India's space ambitions as a whole. So
firstly, thank you for having me here. Very happy to go to the launch with firstly, thank you for having me here. Very happy to of excitement. The feeling is go to the launch with. I personally know the co-founders of Skyroot, and the feeling is a lot of excitement. The feeling is of stress, and I years of effort, and it is definitely not an easy thing to do. Launching a rocket to space, so years of effort, all the support to them, and I am thing to do launching. I'm certain that the launch will be going very well. So all the support to them, and
of course, your message to the Skyroot team also, if you could have that right before, it's a very important landmark for them as well. What message would you like to give to the Skyroot right before, it's a very important
landmark for them as well. First message I'll tell them is that whatever they are trying to do is something that no other private Skyroot team, so private company in India has done. I'll tell them is that whatever they are trying that is something that they need to be very proud for, and private company in India has done. World and especially that is something that they need to be very proud, and that only means that whatever is the outcome here, especially whole of India, they need to keep their heads high and going ahead. That whatever is the outcome here, that the launch will be going very good, but their heads high. Launching a rocket is a very difficult, and I'm very certain reaching to this point itself is very good, a very big achievement. Launching a rocket is a very difficult task. Very reaching to this point itself, many such launches, a very big achievement. Hopefully, I've been in touch with very Skyroot that soon when can Galaxy launch their satellite on their rocket. Hopefully, I've been in touch with Skyroot that soon when can Galaxy launch their all appreciation for them, our satellite on their rocket. So soon I wish to meet the co-founders as well right after the successful launch. All appreciation for them, and
we're seeing live visuals as well. There are huge crowds gathered over there cheering on Skyroot, cheering on the Vikram 1, as it prepares for liftoff. Very heartening to see how the nation really has come together to support this landmark moment for our space program. And now you yourself, of course, work in the aerospace sector. What do you think, what doors is this mission going to open for you in the future for the sector as a whole? What opportunities are going to present themselves following mission for the sector as a whole? What opportunities are going to present themselves following mission?
India does not have a private launch capability as question. So if you look at USA and how SpaceX India does not have sort of opened the doors for launch capability launching in USA. Look at USA, that is only because of SpaceX. Sort of opened the doors for number of space startups that is only because started in USA has increased number of immediately after 2018 when SpaceX did their first successful launch. Started in USA 7 years ago. Increased immediately. Similar aspect is something that we can see in India and especially for Galaxy as well. So 7 years our first satellite was launched. Similar aspect is something that we can see in India. And we also had explored ISRO, but our first satellite was launched. So we had launch with SpaceX. Now we also had if we get an opportunity of two available launch vehicles in India, PSLV and the Vikram 1, now or even if we get an opportunity of two, this makes it very easier and comfortable to launch even out of India. Second advantage is that being easier and comfortable small satellite launch vehicle of India. This second advantage is that this launch vehicle can provide very satellite launch vehicle premium services for something like this for a startup like can provide where they can we can get a dedicated launch vehicle for our satellite. For a startup like us, we don't have to go like SpaceX where they are in a ride-share dedicated launch vehicle. For example, SpaceX is like a we don't have to go like public bus where they are in a ride. A lot of satellites come together and they have dedicated stops, and the satellites have to go out at those dedicated. A lot of satellites come together, but a small satellite launch vehicle like Skyroot Vikram 1 is like a private taxi. So they take very few passengers and they drop to the required location. Is like a private taxi. So that's something that is very few passengers and they drop unique, and that's something that I'm personally looking forward for. So that's as a partnership that is very unique, and that's something that I'm personally looking forward for.
Of course, if we talk about the private sector, as you've also been mentioning, Skyroot has said that this test flight is supposed to be foundational in nature, and it is expected to gather some very valuable data. So, of course, do you think that this is an extremely defining moment, and what does this moment show not just to all of us watching, and we're all of course rooting for them in this moment, but for future customers, for investors, because this is a very budding sector. How do you think this can become a defining moment for all of us? Because this is a very budding sector. How do you think this can become a defining moment
when the launch is going successful? The entire industry, space tech industry, basically if the boom a lot. When the launch is going successful, is as I mentioned, going to open a lot of doors for many companies in India, and in general the market of space industry open a lot of doors for many companies. And even if something, like there are multiple things that need to go right for a successful launch. And even if let's say if of those things are there are multiple things that need to the data itself that will be obtained in such a launch, even if let's say few of those very beneficial correctly, no matter the outcome obtained in such a launch, in an overall sense it is going to be a very beneficial. That data will eventually help them outcome get to a successful in an overall sense it is going to be a success. SpaceX had gone through that data will eventually help them failures get to Falcon 9 launch. In terms of landing the rocket by more than that, but the data eventually got them better and better, and now in terms of landing the rocket they are very reliable. So but the data at the end, the data is the main part that Skyroot will be looking for, like they are very reliable. Successful orbit at the end, the data is of the main part is that Skyroot cherry on the top. And
very well said, sir. Actually, it is a defining moment regardless of the outcome. It is a landmark moment for our space program, and setbacks are a part of that journey, and anything is a learning experience at this point in time. But if we speak about the private sector, we've seen huge impetus being given by the government. We've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi also, speaking about the launch just ahead of it. How do you think, if you speak about policy, do you think the government has kept pace? And what else can India do to provide a further push for this budding sector? What else can India do
to be honest, in the past few years the government has been doing a lot for the private space industry. The government, for example, a few days ago I was at Space at Ahmedabad, and the atmosphere there was amazing. That everyone was. Few days ago I was keeping good checks with the Skyroot team. They were all the atmosphere there was making that they are ready for the mission checks for the launch on 18th of July. That they are ready for internally the government has been very involved. They've been launch on aware of these information. And internally the government has been apart from that, the government has also brought in a lot of funding. They have opened up apart from that, the government has also opened up initiatives like where they are putting RDI based funding and there's SIDBI. These are two institutions that are getting highly involved to ensure that there is good cash flow to the investor market, which eventually is incentivizing them to invest in deep tech startups. To the investor markets, which thirdly, like the advent of InSpace, InSpace, which came in 2021, that has brought in many policies that have made it much more in 2021 simpler and brought in many possible for Indian space companies to perform such activities, which 5 years ago was not possible by policy itself. Like no one could have done it, but the government has brought in a lot of that change, and they're actively improving it by policy. Every time there's a new need, the government has brought in a lot of that change, and they're actively improving it. The government is actively trying to make those doors open. Need that a startup needs.
Absolutely, sir. And as we stand on just the cusp of this very important moment,
Absolutely, sir. And
what does the roadmap for the future look like for you? We have India preparing itself for its, for the Gaganyaan mission, and now we have the first ever private orbital rocket launch. What does the future hold for you? What do you think about where the India space program could be headed in the coming years?
Hold for you? What do you think about where
so personally, Galaxy, we launched the world's first Octosat satellite in May, 3rd May. And at Galaxy, we are planning to launch around 20 to 25 satellites by the end of this decade. And if we have a successful launch around 20 to 25 satellites by the end of this Vikram 1 sort of a rocket, if we have a successful that number can only go up higher. Vikram 1 because that reduces the amount of burden that we have in that number can the satellite go up higher and then launching that reduces the amount of burden we have those capabilities in India the satellite to another that makes it much beneficial for any space we have those capabilities in India. Secondly, in general, from a Gaganyaan point of view, much beneficial for talked with a lot of ISRO scientists recently. Secondly, yesterday I was talking to an ISRO scientist and even in ISRO, everyone is very supportive of the private space industry. Yesterday I was talking to an ISRO scientist. Mandate is that please help the private industry. Everyone is very supportive. Commercialize and private a lot of the technology. Mandate is that ISRO has already achieved private industry to so that ISRO can now focus on missions like Gaganyaan and doing technology that research has already and development for space industry. So that ISRO can now focus on missions much more advanced things, going to the moon, going to the Mars, and going to the sun for space industry like the Aditya and much more advanced things, going focusing to the moon, on going to the Mars, bringing in technologies of the future is like where ISRO wants to go to. And to do that, focusing on bringing in the private industry needs to step up a lot, and ISRO is helping us to do that a lot of ways. The private industry needs
so
to
thank you so
step
much
up a lot,
for taking the time to speak with us. An absolute pleasure to speak to you just ahead of such a landmark moment. And we're just minutes away from the launch now, so let's cut live across to Sriharikota in Andhra Pradesh.
And we're just minutes away from the launch now, so let's cut live across. Of course, we have lightning suppression systems. We have 4 lightning towers on the first launch pad, and of course, we have can also be some form of electrical towers runaway on the first. They can also be static discharge. So but to safeguard all form of electrical devices runaway from they can also be static discharge electrical so discharges. We have all mechanical devices from separation between the pyro devices and the solid rocket mechanical
right,
separation.
So till now, the ignition system it was in a protective, non-firing state. Right, but now, till now, the ignition system it was going to move on to a state wherein once the mission computer gives the ignite command, it can initiate a pyrotechnic chain of events. It's going to move on to a state wherein once the mission computer gives the ignite command, it can initiate a pyrotechnic chain of events.
Head mount safe arm mechanism or the stage 1, we have confirmation that the stage 1 head mount safe arm mechanism or the stage 1 HMSA has been successfully armed.
This basically means that our motor is now ready to ignite.
That's really great to hear. Along with this HMSA safety mechanism, we have one more layer of safety which we call the FTS or the CDS, Command District System or the Flight Termination System. This is utilized when if the vehicle during its flight mode tries to or like deviates from its intended flight trajectory, then the range safety officer can take a call to destruct the vehicle to safeguard the resources around it.
T-2 minutes.
We always prioritize the case safety with any launch vehicle. With that in mind, we have all of these always systems prioritize safety set up on the vehicle. And with that in mind, we have all of these systems set up on the vehicle. We are now entering to condition the liquid stages. We are now entering
to
Vikram 1
condition the liquid
the
stages
orbital adjustment module
on
is now conditioning
Vikram 1.
itself and
So the
preparing
orbital
for
adjustment
liftoff.
module is now conditioning itself and preparing for liftoff. So we are nearly at T-1 minute,
All stations.
and
Stand by for
we are
the
nearly
timer.
at T-1 minute.
T-1
The views
All
of
stations.
Vikram 1, and
Stand by for the
we
timer.
will leave you
at
with
T-1
the views
second.
of Vikram 1 and join you shortly at
Minus
liftoff.
55 seconds. Minus 50 seconds. Minus 45 seconds. Minus 40 seconds. Minus 35 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
Minus 30 seconds.
Real-time programs activated.
Minus 25 seconds.
minus 20 seconds is the call out now.
Minus 20 seconds.
Minus 20 seconds is the call out now.
10. Minus 15 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 10, 4, 9, 3, 8, 2, 7, 1, 0, 5, 4.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch. And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle. And we have great views coming from the tracking cameras. Isn't this quite something?
विक्रम 1 ने अपनी उड़ान भरने प्रथम चरण का प्रज्वलन प्रारंभ हो गया है। विक्रम 1 ने ब्रह्मास्त्र की तरह
That's
पथ
very
को
true,
लांघकर
Sriharikota.
आकाश को भेदने का निर्णय ले लिया है एक ब्रह्मास्त्र की तरह।
That's very true, Sriharikota. And also look at the sheer power that stage 1 is producing. With this, we have two of our major prime mission objectives completed, which was successful ignition and safe tower clearance.
That's right, and we're coming up on max Q now, which is the period aerodynamic maximum aerodynamic pressure zone, where the vehicle faces its largest aerodynamic loads as it flies through this zone at Mach 1.5 at an altitude of nearly 9 kilometers.
विक्रम 1 ने सफलतापूर्वक मैक पार कर लिया है उत्साहित है इस समय और विक्रम 1 प्रथम चरण के आगे बढ़ रहा है और हमें दल काफी उत्साहित है इस समय विक्रम 1 मजबूत प्रथम चरण के आगे बढ़ रहा है और हमें श्रीहरिकोटा व पोर्ट ब्लेयर पृथ्वी स्टेशन से मजबूत दूर संकेत मिल रहे हैं। बहुत ही अच्छी खबर है।
That's right. We are at a downrange distance of 22 kilometers. With
And on your screens right
altitude
now
of
are excellent
34
camera
kilometers.
views from the vehicle.
And on your screens right now are
And we can
excellent
also see
onboard
quite
camera
nominal
views
chamber pressure
from the
values
vehicle.
on the MCC screen. And we can also see quite nominal chamber pressure values on the MCC screen.
The vehicle is currently at an altitude of 50 kilometers.
और यहाँ पे
The vehicle
प्रथम
is
चरण
currently
का
at an altitude
प्रतिकरण
of
हो चुका है
50
और द्वितीय
kilometers.
चरण का प्रज्वलन
और
भी
यहाँ
प्रारंभ
पे
हो चुका है।
प्रथम
चरण का
This is
प्रतिकरण
quite a
हो
major
चुका है
achievement
और
for the
द्वितीय
nation
चरण
with
का
the vehicle
प्रज्वलन भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है।
Stage with the vehicle successfully separating stage 1 and the ignition of stage 2 as well.
अपना सफलतापूर्वक कार्य पूरा कर रहा है और प्रथम चरण दहन अपना सफलतापूर्वक कार्य पूरा कर रहा है और प्रथम चरण का दहन अथवा प्रतिकरण समाप्त हो चुका है।
89 kilometers, traveling at 2.6
The vehicle
kilometers
is
per
at
second.
an altitude
Of course, our
of
target
89
velocity for today
kilometers,
is
traveling at
7.6
2.6 kilometers per second.
We've just
Because
heard
our
call
target
out
velocity
that
for
the
today is
S2 performance or the
7.6.
stage 2 performance is nominal.
We've just heard call out that the S2 performance or the stage 2 performance is nominal.
ये एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है पूरे भारत और निजी अंतरिक्ष ये एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण है पूरे भारत और निजी
altitude, which is the
यात्रा
notion
का।
of edge of space. This vehicle has crossed 100 kilometers of altitude, which is the notion of edge of space. And we have reached space, guys.
हमारा यान अंतरिक्ष
Vikram 1 is in
And
space.
we've had call outs of separation
हमारा यान
of the
अंतरिक्ष
payload
तक
fairing.
पहुंच चुका
We have
है।
successful payload
And
fairing
we've had
separation.
call outs of separation of the payload fairing.
It's
We have
nearly at an
successful
altitude of
payload
120
fairing
kilometers,
separation.
and the protective fairing is no longer. It's nearly at an altitude of 120 kilometers, and the protective fairing is no longer required and has been clearly separated from the launch vehicle.
और यहाँ पे द्वितीय चरण का भी प्रतिकरण संपन्न हो चुका है और तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन भी प्रारंभ हो चुका है।
That's right, Akhil. We've had successful ignition of stage 3. The vehicle is currently at 157 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It is 355 kilometers downrange, traveling at nearly 4 kilometers per second. Now, the telemetry will switch over from Shar to Port Blair and further to Bogor.
अब यान अपनी अंतरिक्ष यात्रा पर निकल चुका है। तृतीय चरण का प्रज्वलन चालू है और उस
+4 minutes
की प्रतिक्रिया नियमित रूप से चल रही है।
And as you can see on your screens, we have near exact following of the intended trajectory. The two lines on your screen essentially indicate the current performance of the vehicle, and it closely matches with prediction. This is on your screen on board from stage 3. What you see is the rocket plume and the nozzle, and Earth, our home.
What a beautiful view! क्या सुंदर दृश्य है हमारी पृथ्वी का।
S3 performance normal.
और तृतीय चरण का परफॉर्मेंस अब नॉर्मल है, या कि सामान्य रूप से तृतीय चरण का संचालन प्रारंभ हो चुका है और चल रहा है।
That's right. We've had call out that the stage 3 performance is nominal.
+5 minutes.
So stage 3 has a propellant loading of 2.5 tons, and we've had burnout of the stage 3 motor as planned at T plus 5 minutes. Yes, we've gotten confirmation that S3 has burnt out, and now we're entering a planned coast period, something that lasts for 140 seconds, in which it's called as combined
coasting is normal.
Right, so we've got call out that the combined coast is nominal. This will last for roughly 140 seconds, where stage 3 is not producing thrust, but it's connected to the vehicle and it's going to coast as a single body. All of this is done to manage the altitude of the vehicle and also control where the stage will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere before splashing in international waters in a safe and planned manner. And jubilant views from the launch control center, where the teams are extremely elated and excited.
और मिशन नियंत्रण केंद्र और लॉन्च नियंत्रण केंद्र से आपको दृश्य दिखाई दे रहे हैं। सभी यान परीक्षण दल अत्यंत ही प्रसन्न हैं और यहाँ पर जो प्रसंग है वो एक उत्सव का प्रसंग बन चुका है। एक ऐतिहासिक क्षण भारत के निजी अंतरिक्ष उड़ान का विक्रम 1 यान अब अंतरिक्ष में स्थापित हो चुका है। तृतीय चरण अब अपने कोस्ट फेज पे है और ये कोस्ट फेज अभी आप कैमरा व्यूज देख सकते हैं अपने प्रक्षेपण पर्दों या मोबाइल स्क्रीन्स पर, जहां पे आपको धरती का एक सुंदर दृश्य दिखाई दे रहा है।
As we can see on our screens right now, it's really amazing to see that Vikram 1 as of now is going along its intended trajectory exactly as expected. Our plots are really overlapping. The predicted velocities and the current flight velocities are exactly matching. And aren't you guys speechless right now?
I mean, yeah, मेरे पास शब्द ही नहीं है, मतलब ये मैं निशब्द हो चुका हूँ।
That's right. We are approaching another point wherein S3 will separate.
S3 is separated.
और तृतीय चरण का प्रतिकरण भी हो चुका है।
And you see wonderful views of S3 separating. And now we have combined coasting has ended, and stage 4 will now coast on its own for the next 130 seconds. So stage 4 will now fly on its own, essentially, and
the control thrusters on the OM will be continuously turning on and off to maintain the attitude of the stage, making sure that it is pointing the right way. This also ensures that the antennas can maintain connection with the ground station and the satellite can be pointing in the right direction.
That's right. So one unique thing that has been done during separation is we've essentially fired all 4 of our Raman mini thrusters to sort of push stage 4 away from stage 3. And that just sort of guarantees that there is some minimum separation between the two.
अब आने वाला जो चरण है वो द्रव्य प्रणोदन पर आधारित होगा, जिसको हम कक्षा स्थापन या समायोजन खंड ऑर्बिट एडजस्टमेंट मॉड्यूल के नाम से भी जानते हैं, जिसमें द्रव्य प्रणोदन की अवस्थाओं से संचालन होगा जो मोनोमिथाइल हाइड्रोजीन और डाइनाइट्रोजन टाइटाऑक्साइड पे आधारित है। उसके साथ यान के अब आने वाला नियंत्रण के लिए वो द्रव्य जिसे कंट्रोल थ्रस्टर्स कहते हैं हम कक्षा 50 न्यूटन, वो भी मोनोमिथाइल हाइड्रोजीन और डाइनाइट्रोजन जानते हैं, जिसमें ऑक्साइड पर ही द्रव्य प्रणोदन उसके अंतर्गत हमारे पास छोटे कोल्ड गैस थ्रस्टर्स जो कि नाइट्रोजन गैस पर डाइनाइट्रोजन आधारित है, वो भी उसके साथ कक्षा समायोजन खंड पे स्थित है। के घूर्णी नियंत्रण के लिए जिसे कंट्रोल थ्रस्टर्स कहते हैं उन रामन मिनी।
And we've heard call out that S4 or stage 4 has ignited successfully.
और चतुर्थ और अंतिम चरण का भी प्रज्वलन हो चुका है।
The liquid engine has come alive over 400 kilometers above the Earth, beginning a burn that will last for more than 6 minutes. During this phase, the vehicle will steadily accelerate from about 6.68 kilometers per second to nearly 7.62 kilometers per second, delivering the precise velocity needed to achieve its planned 450 by 450 kilometers circular low Earth orbit at a 60-degree inclination. The liquid engine has come alive over 400 kilometers above the Earth, beginning a burn that will last for more than 6 minutes.
और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कि प्रक्षेपण नियंत्रण केंद्र में उत्साह का एक प्रसंग आ चुका है और आपके ऑन बोर्ड प्रक्षेपक पर्दों पर हम देख सकते हैं कि पेलोड्स या जो उपग्रह हैं उनका एक चित्र। यहाँ पे सारे उपग्रह अपने स्थान पर स्थित हैं।
That's right, Akhil. We've also had seamless transition from the
S4 performance normal
to the Bogor station, and now we are receiving strong telemetry from the Bogor as well as the Yatharga stations in Indonesia and Australia respectively. The current altitude is currently at an altitude of 426 kilometers. Our target is near 450. We're traveling at 6.5 kilometers per second. And like we said earlier, OAM is essentially going to fire its Raman 2 engine for a cumulative burn time of nearly 6+ minutes. So this is the longest burning. It's the smallest in thrust, but it burns for the longest period of time. It's all given to us by Raman 2, our main engine for this mission.
So Yash, it must be a really amazing feeling, right? I mean, you and your team worked on this engine to get it going, and it is finally taking us to space.
Yeah, it's a feeling that's really hard to describe. Me and my team, we worked on this engine to get it going, and it's finally taking us to space. This engine wasn't an easy design. Raman 2 generates 1500 newtons of thrust, and it employs 3 different types of cooling. As if one wasn't enough, we had to put in 3. So we have regenerative cooling, then we have radiative cooling, and we have film cooling. And all 3 of these need to work seamlessly in sync to deliver this phenomenal outcome. So I'm kind of glued to the screens right now. You might just see me peeking over to try to see what the chamber pressure, what the thrust, and what the temperatures are like. But I think I might have to hold for a bit and look at that data in a little while. You might just see me peeking over to try to see what the chamber pressure, what the thrust, and what the temperatures are like. But I think I might have to hold for a bit and look at that data in a little while. So while I was talking about Raman 2 and how difficult it was to essentially design an engine this small, like I said, it's a relatively small engine, and the cooling design on this was exceptionally difficult to manage because the engine has to generate a lot of heat during combustion, and the temperatures can reach up to 2700 degrees. That's pretty hot for any metal or any material to sustain. In fact, many metals would just vaporize into thin air at those temperatures. So to make all of this work, we employ something known as regenerative cooling.
S4 performance normal.
Yeah, and we've gotten call out that the S4 performance is nominal. And so I was mentioning about the regenerative cooling, and the best way to understand this type of cooling is to imagine
14 minutes.
multiple tubes joined side by side and then arranged into a circular fashion to form the thrust chamber. And these tubes, they need to be very, very thin to exchange heat effectively, which means that manufacturing is usually a challenge. And even after the temperatures would still be too high for normal metals to handle. And for this exact purpose, we employ something known as film cooling. And even though it sounds like a fancy name, it just involves injecting fine jets of fuel along the walls of the chamber to effectively add a barrier of colder gas between the combustion chamber and the metal walls. And essentially, one question I get asked very often is, if it's like that, then why is it called regenerative cooling, right? The whole thought process is the tiny tubes that we just talked about. Those tubes
S4 performance normal.
Plus 15 minutes.
और यहाँ पर हमको मिशन नियंत्रण केंद्र संकेत मिल रहे हैं कि चतुर्थ चरण का भी परफॉर्मेंस सामान्य है, और अभी यान 450 किलोमीटर की ऊंचाई तक पहुंच चुका है, जो कि उसका निर्धारित कक्षा है, और कोस्ट फेज प्रारंभ है.
जी हाँ, and it's traveling at 7.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of 453 kilometers right now. So coming back to the regenerative cooling point of things, the tiny tubes around the thrust chamber of the engine essentially have fuel pumped through it.
S4 thrust cutoff.
And we've got confirmation that we have cutoff of the Raman 2 engine, which means
Solaris
that
satellite separate.
and we have separation of the Solaris satellite and the Scope satellite.
Vikram
Both satellites have been deployed successfully, and we have reached space on our first attempt successfully.
इतिहास में पहली बार एक यान ने अपने प्रथम परीक्षण उड़ान में ही उपग्रहों को उनकी निर्धारित कक्षा में स्थापित कर दिया है.
And now comes something very, very interesting. You can see on your screen from on board the cosmic bloom and the micro art, and we have sun rising behind it. It is the dawn of a new space era.
ये एक नए अंतरिक्ष युग का प्रारंभ है. सूर्य के किरण ने ये प्रकाशित कर दिया है.
Skyroot has actually completely redefined orbital flights, I guess, forever.
Yes, अवश्य. ये कथन बिल्कुल
Plus
सही
17 minutes.
So right now we are awaiting the Cosmoserve
Today we have
satellite
created history.
to
Vikram
perform.
1 Agaman mission is a grand success.
And we've heard call out from the mission director that the Agaman mission is a grand success.
सफलतापूर्वक प्रथम मिशन आगमन ने इतिहास के पन्नों में अपना नाम अंकित कर दिया है.
Hello space, we have arrived. Thank you for joining us today. Hello space, we have arrived.
Thank you for being with us on this historic journey today. With Raman 2 and Vikram 1 now safely in orbit, we are not just reaching space, we are opening space for all.
आज की इस ऐतिहासिक उड़ान में हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए आपका हार्दिक धन्यवाद. विक्रम 1 ने सफलतापूर्वक सारे उपग्रहों को कक्षा में पहुंचा दिया है और भारत के अंतरिक्ष सफर में एक नया उज्जवल अध्याय खोल दिया है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय भारत. जुड़ने के लिए
All right, viewers, Vikram 1 has seen a successful launch. Skyroot launches India's first private orbital class rocket to the space and open really space for India and the world. It's historic. It's one of a kind launch that we've seen from the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. Let me in fact now open this up for discussion. I'm joined in by Anil Prakash, Director General of Industry Association. I also have with me in the conversation Mr. Suresh Nayak, former ISRO scientist. Joining us also is Group Captain retired Dr. V.N. Jha, former Joint Director of the DRDO. And I also have Dr. Srimati Kesan, Space Kit CEO. Thank you to you all for joining us. I would now like to start with Mr. Prakash. Firstly, congratulations on this historic milestone. Vikram 1 is India's first privately developed orbital rocket. How does it feel to achieve this?
Yeah, I think this is a achievement. I think the same. We have the same goosebump when we have the Chandrayaan 3 landed in the south pole of the moon. The similarly, the first the launch by the private sector, which not only designed, developed, and manufactured and integrated entirely India. It's a biggest proudest movement for all Indians here. And also this also shows that our capability and also build the confidence in the space sector. The entrance of the 400 startups, I think this is going to be a booster of their confidence that they are in the right track and they are building something great for our nation as well as for the global. So with that, I think this is my congratulations for Skyroot team for a very successful launch. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Do stay on with us, Mr. Prakash. I also want to go to... All right, some visuals coming in. Let's go across.
हेलो सर।
हेलो कौन बोल रहे हैं?
हेलो, we are Pavan and Bharat from Skyroot.
कौन बोल रहे हैं?
Sir, we are very privileged to hear you. First, your voice after the success.
पवन, भारत और पूरी टीम, सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना ही होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की, और मैं जब आपके इंफिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, मेरे तो मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था। कब से मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है, ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। जब हम स्पेस को प्राइवेटाइज करना चाहते थे, तब मेरे सामने कई सारी आशंकाएं रखी गई थी कि ये तो हो नहीं सकता, कैसे करोगे, वैसे करोगे। लेकिन मैं इसको आगे बढ़ता ही गया। अब आपके कारण मेरे उस निर्णय को ताकत मिल गई है। अब मेरी टीम भी स्वीकार करेगी कि हाँ, देश के नौजवानों पर भरोसा करना चाहिए, उनको काम देना चाहिए, और वो करके दिखाते हैं। आपने काम करके दिखाया है। मैं आपकी और आपकी टीम को फिर से एक बार बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
Hello, sir. Thanks a lot for your wishes. And our team, entire team of Skyroot, more than 1,000 people are here in Sriharikota and listening to you. Our hearts are swelling with pride, and this means a lot to us.
देखिए, ये मिशन आगमन है। अब आगमन को तो और आगे बढ़ते ही जाना है।
Sure, sir. और सर आपका कार्ड जो आप भेजे थे, that has successfully reached space and you have written Vande Mataram. So Vande Mataram is in orbit.
देखिए, मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। जब आपने सुझाव भेजा तो मेरे मन में कई विचार आए थे, लेकिन आखिर जब मैंने सोचा मैं सिर्फ वंदे मातरम लिखूंगा। उसके दो कारण थे। इस बार हमारा देश वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष मना रहा है, तो मैं चाहता था कि इसको एक नए तरीके से मनाएं, और वंदे मातरम ही था जिसने देश के नौजवानों को हमेशा देश के लिए जीने मरने की प्रेरणा दी थी। और आज वंदे मातरम हमें देश के लिए जीने की ताकत देता है, और आप लोगों ने जी करके दिखाया है। आपका जो कुछ भी मिशन है, मैं इसको एक प्रकार से वंदे मातरम मिशन ही देखता हूं कि भारत माँ की गरिमा को नई ऊंचाइयों पर पहुंचाना, नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी को लाभ देना, और नई पीढ़ी को टेक्नोलॉजी में आने के लिए प्रेरित करना, हर प्रकार से। और उसमें से मेरे मन में विचार आया कि लंबा कुछ ना लिखूं, सिर्फ वंदे मातरम मेरे भाव व्यक्त करूं। और मुझे खुशी है कि कल आपने उस बात को मीडिया से भी शेयर किया, और आज इस सफलता के साथ वंदे मातरम का भाव भी नई ऊंचाइयों को पार कर रहा है।
Thank you, sir.
मैं आपकी पूरी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, और जल्द से जल्द आपको मिलने के लिए निमंत्रण भी देता हूं।
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. We are privileged to hear you. I'm privileged to have your blessings. Entire team of Skyroot, entire India is really proud of your initiative to start the space program, open it up to private sector, and now we see historically, first time probably a private company have built and successfully reached an orbit in the first attempt. Thanks a lot. It's happening from India, and this is a 100% designed in India rocket, 100% manufactured in India, and I think thanks to entire team Skyroot, whose average age is just 28 years.
देखिए, समय था जब मैं आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करता था, तो ना समझी में कुछ लोग उसकी मजाक उड़ाते थे। लेकिन आज आपने सिद्ध कर दिया कि हम इस क्षेत्र में भी आत्मनिर्भर बनने में समर्थ हैं, और मैं पक्का मानता हूं कि अब सबूत हमारे सामने है, साक्ष्य हमारे सामने है, और ये आपकी टीम ने करके दिखाया है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
आज तो आपकी टीम खुशियां मनाने में लग रहेगी।
जरूर सर। एंड इनफैक्ट हम जब 2018 में स्काईरूट स्टार्ट किया था, उस टाइम पॉलिसी नहीं थे, देयर वाज नो फंडिंग एनवायरनमेंट और प्राइवेट सेक्टर में टैलेंट भी नहीं था, और हम फिर से हमारा जॉब्स छोड़ के स्काईरूट चालू किया था। एंड नाउ वी आर वेरी प्राउड दैट द गवर्नमेंट इज enabled us and opened up the sector to private players, and now we stand as India's first private company which have launched a rocket to orbit and also created a global milestone, all from India, with a fully Indian team, 100% built in India. Thanks a lot for enabling this journey.
100% manufactured in India
for 50 launches in 2030. Definitely, I don't see it as a challenge, sir. Thanks a lot for your encouragement,
and looking forward
to meet you, sir, in person.
Thank you, sir.
जरूर सर, thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
चलिए बहुत अभी आपको कुछ ना कुछ काम होगा। सबसे पहले मेरा आपकी टीम को सचमुच में मुझे देखकर तो खुशी हो रही थी। इतने मेरे देश के नौजवान क्या कमाल कर रहे हैं, यही मेरे लिए खुशी की बात थी। बहुत बधाई फिर से एक बार, और बहुत शुभकामनाएं। आपने जो टारगेट तय किया है वो समय से पहले टारगेट पूरा होगा, मुझे पक्का विश्वास है।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक्स अ लॉट। हम जरूर कोशिश करेंगे। थैंक यू।
All right, viewers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi there congratulating the team of Skyroot after this historic, successful milestone that it has achieved. Let me in fact go across now to former chairman of ISRO. I'm joined in by Dr. Madhavan Nair. Dr. Nair, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure for us to have you on this historic day in India's space journey. Especially, what does launching India's first private orbital rocket mean to you personally? Especially standing on the shoulders of visionaries like Vikram and APJ Abdul Kalam.
As far as Indian private sector is concerned, certainly it's a very significant achievement. As far as Indian private sector is concerned, full-fledged and the Skyroot has boldly taken up this challenge of making, in fact, a full-fledged launch after a few years and orbiting the satellites on its own. In fact, somebody last few years, very enthusiastic on dynamic team with a concern of funding coming, and some way the team very enthusiastic and dynamic technology, and of course funding coming very precisely private sources. And we're able to with that successfully they absorb the technology and make it very precisely, and we're able to successfully make on its first attempt and make it really orbit a set of satellites on its first attempt. That's a really remarkable achievement. As far as this startup is concerned, and my heartiest congratulations to the entire team. So that's a good beginning for the
right, Dr. Nair. Now India's private space sector is growing rapidly, and it's all supported by Dr. Nair. Now India's private space sector is growing rapidly, and it's all supported by ISRO. What does this success mean to the entire ecosystem? Young engineers. India's goal overall. Pawan was just talking about how the average age of the scientist there is just 28, and India's goal overall of becoming a multi-billion-dollar space economy.
Well, certainly the foundation for that is laid by the Skyroot Aerospace organization. it has built the small rockets almost similar to what the Skyroot and perhaps that also was a young kid like 1980. We were all with Dr. Abdul Kalam in the 30s. And perhaps that also was a young kid like this. And was so thrilled. We were all in our Skyroot 30s, below 30 years, the same age group at the time. And was so thrilling. From there, Skyroot team was feeling the same excitement at this moment. From there, we have come a long way. 40 kilogram satellites into orbit. Today we can orbit something like 10 tons of payload into orbit with the GSLV Mark III. The future challenges are firm foundation. Human space flight is based in rockets and maybe within the next couple of years. The future challenges are very many. The human space flight is very much in orbit and maybe within the next couple of years we are going to achieve the targets. After that, there is going to be a space station. Indian space station will be in orbit by 2030s. Perhaps this landing is an ambitious goal before Prime Minister 2040. This is something which is the ambitious goal set by our Prime Minister. And there is a lot of opportunities for the space community in this country. It means they have to think much alone than what they are filling the gap doing today. So here they have to participate. They have to think much bigger than what they are doing today. They have to participate in the semi-cryogenic program, the huge rockets which are made for going to the moon, 100 tons. We are talking about next 10 years. The payload capacity from 10 tons to something like 100 tons over the next 10 years. So that requires a huge boosters to be developed and the things like that. So here, with a complementary role by the private participation, the private industry together, with the public-private participation, there's the private industries together will be the space sector for the country to take on. There's a huge opportunity and challenge waiting before us in the space sector.
Absolutely. Now talking about today's launches, specifically carbon composite structures, 3D printed components. Now talking about today's launches, specifically carbon composite structures, 3D printed components, today's success. Flex nozzles were major innovations that we saw. What role did they play in today's success?
Absorb all the certainly, I think the Skyroot team was very excited. They have absorbed all the modern technology. That's okay. That's a good beginning. And they have as you said, the now I'm saying they should not be just satisfied. That's okay. That's a good beginning, and they should think of how they can. Now I'm saying they should not be just satisfied with the small payload capacity. They should think of how they can contribute the next generation 100 tons payload capacity. There's a huge booster to the next generation launch vehicle. That should be the planning. How to join hands with
I'm sure they're
the private
inspired by
sector
what
to
you are
achieve
saying,
this
and they
goal.
would be
That should
hearing
be their dream.
you through our channel. But
Absolutely,
overall,
I'm sure they're inspired
Doctor,
by
how
what
would you rate
you
the
are saying, and they
significance
would
of
be
this
hearing
event
you
on a scale of
through our
India's
channel.
space
But overall,
achievements?
Doctor, how would you rate
what
the
should
significance
we
of
be
this
watching for in
event
the
on a
next few
scale of
private
India's
missions?
space achievements? And what should we be watching for in the next few private missions?
Are far better than what you clearly shows the world. The Indian brains and hands are far better than what you can get anywhere in the world. It's a good role model for the you set a goal and work for it, the space you will achieve. Any activity which role model for the youth in the country, and is not only in the space sector, any activity which is the youth power, I have no words to express my appreciation. A good example, and my really I have no words to express my appreciation for the youngsters who have really mastered
Right,
this
Dr. Nair, now this
in a
also
very
follows
short
the
time
successful
and demonstrated
Vikram S suborbital launch that we saw.
Right,
in
Dr. Nair, now this also
How
follows
did
the
that
successful
lesson really
Vikram S suborbital
contribute
launch that
to
we saw in
today's orbital
2022?
success, and not
How
just
did that lesson
but the private
really
missions that we've seen around the
contribute
world
to
earlier?
today's orbital success, and
Then I
not just
think that,
that,
as I told
but the
earlier,
private missions that
there is
we've
no
seen
point
around the
in
world earlier?
reinventing the wheel. See, well, I think, as I told earlier, there is no point in reinventing the wheel. Somewhere about 2020 or so, and there is no point in replicating those kind of capacity. Somewhere about 2020 or so, and there is no point in replicating those kind of capacity today. We have to leapfrog from where we are today That should be the objective of this vehicle. How to make it 20 ton
All right,
or 50
Dr.
ton or
Naya,
100
thank you
ton.
very much
That
for
should be
speaking
the
to us
objective of
and
this
for
new
giving us your
companies.
time
Right.
on NewsX.
All right, Dr. Naya,
With
thank
that
you very
viewers,
much for
let's move
speaking
across
to
and
us
also joined
and for
in by
giving us
some
your
other
time here on
esteemed
NewsX.
panelists. I have with
And
me here
with that, viewers,
Dr.
let's
V.
move
N.
across
Jha,
and also
retired
joined
group
in by some
captain,
other esteemed
former joint
panelists.
director
I
of
have
the
with me here
DRDO, space scientist,
Dr. V. N. Jha,
Dr.
retired
P.K.
group
Ghosh is also
captain,
with us, and I
former
also have
joint
Space
director of the
Kids
DRDO,
CEO,
space
Dr.
scientist,
Srimati
Mr.
Kesan.
Dr.
Thank you
P.K.
to you
Ghosh is
all
also
for
with us, and
joining
I
us.
also have Space
And
Kids
Dr.
CEO,
Jha, let me start
Dr. Srimati
with you.
Kesan.
Firstly,
Thank you to you all
how do you
for
feel?
joining us. And Dr. Jha, let me start with you. Firstly, how do you feel?
But more than that, I really admire many PMOs who have taken this challenge. More than that, I really admire
the team of
who have taken
Skyroot
this challenge space sector, and that's
the
most
Skyroot
the
story
private players
come
very
joined in
space
by
sector,
Dr.
and that's a huge step. And Skyroot has so many compliments. Very young team of first time that we are seeing the Skyroot engineers. So many compliments. Of course, this is not the first time that we are seeing the Skyroot success. And at your channel only, I remember in June 21, different November 22, they had achieved a minor 2024 also, when they had 5 different types of rockets, and they had achieved a minor feat. We have discussed this having the carbon casing. But Skyroot has given a new dimension. I was foreseeing that it will be reusable vehicle casing. With that, I was foreseeing that it will be a reusable vehicle. The carbon component is something that you can make even the re-entry to the normal and it velocity and withstand the type of heat that we are going to see it comes there. And it could be a reusable vehicle. So the system supposed to be able to achieve the first step for the Skyroot to prove the system to be able to achieve the orbital velocity. That is something so crucial because at least I recollect 3 of the SpaceX rockets having failed because they were unable to achieve that orbital velocity of 7.4 kilometers per second. It just came about 7.2 and all their 36 odd rockets. Secondly, injecting in the they had fallen down. Orbit. So this was so crucial. And secondly, injecting in the desired orbit is something that they are seeing successfully. Have been doing the time and again, and they have successfully held the Skyroot. Many have that technology, and now I think they have already mastered it. They have done it. So many congratulations to Skyroot, and I think here journey starts a new dimension capable of space launch vehicles journey. Now this is capable of sending about 350 to orbit, maybe even, and in the coming days, 500 stages of the payload, the launch vehicle desired orbit, and the world over there is a need for the launch vehicles are reliable launch vehicles. So I'll only hope quality assurance in their follows a very strict Q&A. Quality assurance in their production line can ensure there is no deviation of every rocket independent Q&A agency who can ensure that in every rocket component failures systems, PSLV and GSLV. In ISRO we saw many failures at the rocket PSLV and GSLV. Should maintain so that doesn't happen. Freeze the this particular rocket is at the same time, and value additions can continue on. Freeze the specification at the same time. Value additions can continue on. So with this launch, they should start the launch process so that they are also viable economically. With every launch, so they will be earning the economic lines or the valuable money. So many compliments. They have to sustain their journey through the economic lines as well. So many compliments. We hope congratulations to Skyroot, even congratulations to the entire team, and only hope that in the coming days they even progress more. What Mr. Madhavan and I was saying that they should look forward to launching 10 tons, 20 tons, 40 tons. I think that is one area where ISRO should take a lead because ISRO's capacity that today is just about 8 to 10 tons or so. and that too with the booster. They should have a rocket, like SpaceX has. Their Falcon 9 rocket can send 22 tons. I think that is one area. What stops ISRO to have such technology? I think that is one area. In the coming days, India is planning developing higher probability rockets. In the coming days, India is planning to make 20 tons, 25 tons, 30 tons. And when we are going for the space station, we should be able to carry 20 tons, 25 tons, 30 tons of the load at one go. So that's a big challenge for ISRO. ISRO should not, in the last few years, dissociate from small launchers. Gone are the days of SLV. In the last few years, we have seen ISRO attempting to have SSLV. Much more leave those things now to these players and that venture for the India needs much more robust and heavy lift that India needs right now. So I feel best wishes to be associated with this, the compliments to its Skyroot. And
alright, let's also bring in Srimati Kesan at this point in time. Srimati Kesan, thank you very much for joining us. Alright, let's also bring in Srimati Kesan at this point in time. Srimati Kesan, thank you very much for joining us. How are you feeling? Especially because Space India Kids satellite is among those in the payloads. What are your expectations and how soon would you know about their deployment? Payloads.
I think I am jubilant. I'm just content to sit here to hold myself like this. But otherwise, it is such an exciting and absolutely thrilled moment because, the day we launched our CalamSat, first ever time, some private small organization to have their satellite that was built by children between 14 until 19 years going up a PSLV C-44 was jubilous. Now this is even more excitement because this is India. Guys, look at India. We are coming. We have a varied range of rockets now because space economy is a huge economy that needs to be thought about, and how we market our rockets is very important. See, we are working with 108 countries now for our mission ShaktiSat. What we get to understand is the whole world is looking at India as a very, very friendly, friendly country that can welcome them to build a satellite and to launch, because owing to the tense situations around the world, the war scene, people are literally nervous to go to US or China or anywhere in the world to launch their satellites, but they want to come to India. And I think this is a very, very strategic move by our Indian space ecosystem, our Honorable Prime Minister, who has strategically opened the space ecosystem for private players. ISRO hand-holding the startups in space, authorizing it. I think it's a four-pillared, strong four-pillared India.
Absolutely, we feel your excitement. It's resonating with us, and we're as excited as you are. Dr. P.K. Ghosh, I want to come to you as well. How do you think the ecosystem providing funding for these private unicorns? This is the first Indian unicorn in space sector, and that making such a huge mark in India's space journey. How has India's space sector transformed from 1963 to today, and where are we looking at in the coming years?
Exactly. I think I'm thrilled, of course, at this fantastic launch which happened textbook style, though there was a small hitch up at the last moment, but everything went off very well. Now, this is precisely what I wanted to say. You just see a person who would have been there at that time, that is our founders and who had set up this entire space organization, ISRO and so on. They wouldn't be able to recognize what's happening. Just see what is the ecosystem how it has developed. A few years ago, you wouldn't dream of letting all the sensitive technology to private participation. But now, you see what is happening the world over. That is, you've got everybody says SpaceX, Blue Origin, you name it, there are hundreds of them, and they are doing beautifully. And now what we are doing, we have got Skyroot, we have got Agnikul. Skyroot is a unicorn, $1.5 billion worth of this thing, and look at a brilliant launch that they just had. So we are on the right track, and hats off to, I would say, Shri Modi ji for encouraging this, for creating an entirely new environment where it is realized that technology needs to be developed to some extent by ISRO, DRDO, etc. But you also need to handhold the private enterprises so that they come up. Now, did you see, and this was something that struck me when the founder of Skyroot said, the mean average age of the scientists and the people working in his organization is just 28 years. Now, this is fantastic. That means the youngsters, the youth of our country are joining this, and we have produced wonderful results. But now here comes the other aspect, which I want to, we are now, as we have been for some time, on the big table. We are going with the big boys. If we are going with the big boys, we got to run with them. And when we've got to run with the big boys, we have got to really put in our efforts. As Dr. Nair mentioned, 10 tons of payload are not enough. We are going to have Antariksh, the space station very soon. You need, as Dr. Jha said, you need 20 tons, you need 30 tons of payload. Because you've got to maintain that. This has got to be the scenario. So, what is the way ahead? The way ahead is, now you see, in SpaceX, they do about 60 to 70 launches per year. I'm not saying we match them, but we have got to keep running and doing better. So, what is the way ahead? After all the hand-holding which is being done by ISRO and other organizations, our private enterprises need to come up. They need to run faster, and we need to get nearer to the world standard. We are a space superpower, but we need to run with the big boys, and this is the first step. And I think we have done very well, but we have miles to run, and we have a lot to run.
But
I think that is the way ahead.
Yes, but like they say, to have started is half done. I think we can safely assume we are very close to entering that big boys club. And Srimati Kesan wants to make a remark. I'll have you tell me that very quickly. We're running short in time. And
I understand. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Yes, the capability, of course, Dr. Ghosh, we have the capabilities of building big rockets. But the only thing is, the funding is important. And to, with the funding, I would say we need a strong marketing team. Gone are those days where we are going to take brochure to other countries. I have visited all these African and other countries where we speak. The huge competitor for us is China. They attract them with freebies. We should understand the nuance of attracting the people from around the world. If we do not make marketing strategies, space industry is gone those days where we sit straight, think tall and with thick glasses. No, we also need to be as young and think about those strategies which can attract international buyers for space.
That's of course a very relevant point there that you make, and also very important coming from you. But Dr. Ghosh and Srimati Kesan, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you and speak with you both and all our panelists. With that, we will be slipping into a very quick break, but we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
देखिए, सिर्फ मेरे कहने पर टर्म इंश्योरेंस मत लीजिए। अगर आपको ये चिंता है कि दुर्भाग्यवश आपके बाद परिवार का क्या होगा, तब टर्म इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। अगर आप एक जिम्मेदार पिता हैं, पति हैं, तब टर्म इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार छोड़ दीजिए परिवार को किस्मत के भरोसे। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 410 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों से यूपी हरित आवरण में सर्वप्रथम है। डबल इंजन सरकार ने विगत 9 वर्षों में हरित आवरण को बढ़ाने में रिकॉर्ड योगदान दिया है। वर्ष 2017 से 2023 के बीच प्रदेश के वन एवं वृक्ष आवरण में 3,38,000 एकड़ की ऐतिहासिक वृद्धि दर्ज हुई। केंद्र की ओर से देश के विभिन्न राज्यों को इस महाअभियान में 100 करोड़ पौधारोपण का लक्ष्य दिया गया था, जिसमें यूपी की भागीदारी 30 करोड़ थी। विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस पर 5 करोड़ तथा 12 जुलाई को 35 करोड़ पौधारोपण करके यूपी ने इतिहास रच दिया। आइए इस अभियान को अनवरत आगे बढ़ाएं। जीवन के हर खास अवसर पर एक पेड़ जरूर लगाएं।
आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से कहीं जाने वाली है और ना ही हॉस्पिटल के खर्चे। बस आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का बिल कौन भरेगा, आप या आपकी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है। कमाल है साहब, आपका परिवार आपके भरोसे बैठा है और आप किस्मत के भरोसे बैठे। थोड़ा सोचिए, कल अगर आप दुर्भाग्यवश नहीं रहे तो उनका साथ किस्मत नहीं पॉलिसी बाजार से लिया हुआ टर्म इंश्योरेंस देगा। परिवार के लिए इतना तो कर ही सकते हैं ना आप। परिवार सबसे पहले। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 410 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
Are there going to be sanctions that are going to be reimposed on Russia now that the focus is once again being shifted to the Ukraine-Russia war?
We are looking at that. We're seeing how far the price of oil comes down. It's really tumbling. It's, I guess, 74, 75 right now. So it's down. It's soon going to be at the number that it was 4 months ago. It's pretty amazing. And on top of that, we will have an Iran without a nuclear weapon, which I can tell you the Prime Minister feels very strongly about that too.
आपको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पैसों की बर्बादी लगती है ना? आपको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पैसों की बर्बादी लगती है ना? हॉस्पिटल का लाखों का बिल भरना। कल जब आपको हॉस्पिटल का लाखों का बिल भरना पड़ेगा ना, तब होगी पैसों की असली बर्बादी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
Hello and a very good afternoon viewers, you're watching NewsX and I'm Kriti Mehta. Let's start with our talk of focus as we celebrate the success of yet another milestone in India's space journey. One cannot help but look back at the historic path that we have paved. Think of the humble beginnings of ISRO. Scientists, including former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, transported payload, cones and pups for India's first sounding rockets on bicycles and bullock carts at the Tumba Equatorial Launching Station. Dr. Kalam and his team operated out of a vacated church and converted a local cattle shed into their laboratory, famously taking bicycle rides to and from the site. Because the Tumba launch facility in Kerala lacked basic equipment and transportation vans, scientists relied on bicycles and bullock carts to transfer parts for the NASA-supplied Nike Apache rockets to the launch pads. Then, exactly 40 years before, India entered the League of Space-Faring Nations with SLV-3, its first experimental satellite launch vehicle by ISRO. And today here we stand. Skyroot has just blasted off Bharat's first ever private orbital launch to space. From rocket parts on bicycles to private players displaying Indian ingenuity on a global scale, a moment to celebrate the astounding path India has made for itself. Let's listen in first to Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating the team upon the successful launch to begin with.
और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना ही होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की, और मैं जब आपके इंफिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, मेरे तो मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था। 25-30 साल की कब से मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है, ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूँ।
And let's also in fact listen into Jitendra. That was Prime Minister Modi congratulated the Skyroot team, and let's also in fact listen into Jitendra saying congratulating the team on the successful launch.
Because it is possible Narendra Modi ji for making this possible. Because it is possible only because 5 years back Prime Minister Modi took a heroic decision, a bold decision, a courageous decision, an out-of-box decision to open the space sector to the private players, to unlock the space sector. And had he not done that, we would not have been witnessing this event today. Because this launch wouldn't have happened and the Skyroot wouldn't have been there. And what a remarkable, revolutionary quantum leap it has been over the last 5 or 6 years, ever since the new space reforms were brought in by Prime Minister Modi. From just a modest economy, we are today more than $9 billion US space economy, hoping to be 40-45 billion in less than a decade. From just one digit or a single digit space startup, we are over 400 space startups and a unicorn in the form of Skyroot, the hero of the day. And I can say with all the confidence in my command that today's successful launch is a reiteration of India's grand entry as a global player in the highly competitive arena of space economy. And now for India, sky is no longer the limit.
Sir, yes, it's been miraculous over the last just half a decade. Half a decade is hardly a time. How the journey has been.
Yes, it's been miraculous over the last just half a decade. Half a decade is hardly a time in the life of a space sector. If you compare us with those who started much earlier than us, for example, the then Soviet Union, the USA, and not only that, our record of first-time success has also been is remarkably higher compared to the other nations. even today's one is added to that record.
Right. So do you believe that more such startup will be given more opportunity?
Of course, now, for example, the Vikram one is just is a test flight by this accomplished group of Skyroot, and then they will be also commercializing it and going in for further. Similarly, I think a healthy public-private synergy in the space sector is what is going to make it more and more competitive. So we will have to find ways and means of optimum synergy and integration between the government and the non-government sector space players.
Scientist Dr. P.K. Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi, thank you very much for joining us. All right, joining us now is former ISRO scientist Dr. P.K. Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi, thank you very much for joining us today here on NewsX. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you as a space scientist. What stands out to you about Vikram 1's successful maiden orbital flight today for you?
First time I think it's a wonderful moment in the sense like for the first time the successful launch by a new startup. In a way, a private player has come into this. Now they can contribute into this space economy, which is every year keep on growing, and we are now have a solid footing in playing a role in that global space economy. First thing is that. And second is like you can see the way the entire thing was planned. It had, in fact, there was slightly delay, but that was also part of that strategy to check whether all the systems which have that control, even the checking that system itself was a part of the planning, and the successful launch and the delivery of those payload at their respective place. Everything has been done so meticulously. So that means like the private sector is now ready to play a big role to begin with this small thing in which even the Germany has shown a trust into this the new startup. And the other thing which was as a scientist which I looked at it because the cost cutting, in the sense like the material which has been used in the manufacturing of the rocket, and
good afternoon, viewers. You're watching NewsX, and I'm
of the engine, the assembly line, it reduced the very considerable time in assembling the rocket. I think
but look back at the historic path that
was that
have paid.
within 24 hours you can assemble the entire rocket. So that is the beauty of this Vikram 1 successful launch. And my heartiest congratulations to all that young team, because but they should remember how much kind of work, effort has been done by our the people who laid the foundation of ISRO and developed those technology on which they are relying now.
Let's listen in
So
first.
they should always be remembered, and that's why the name of the engine of the rocket has been kept on the name of one was the Kalam, the three engines. I think it's a wonderful moment in the sense rocket, and one was liquid thing, which was named after this Raman. So I think these the legacy which the organization has formed from the effort of these luminaries of science and technology, when there was not enough fund, not enough facilities, and even the government support was also not very high. And now coming the private sector, because I have seen all the people who are associated with this startup are very young. So I want to congratulate the young India, the startup ecosystem, which are now playing a key role in this such kind of niche technology, that is the space technology. So that's all I want to say. Once again, a big congratulations to all the team for being venturing out into a new area of space technology and contributing towards the Indian economy, and also a role in a global scenario of space technology.
Right, Doctor, if you allow me another question. The mission also carried a mix of payloads, including technology demonstrators from Indian startups. An international payload was there, and symbolic ones like diamond jewelry and micro sculptures of Indian scientists. What do you make of this payload strategy for a maiden flight?
See, this was in a way a experimental flight, in a way, and that's why it was going only into the low orbit area, around 453 kilometers, if I correctly remember that, and the payload capacity was only 350 kg. So, since it was a test flight, in a way, we have to take it because before you venture out into the heavier version of the rocket and heavier payload, I think the first you have to test the technology. And it was for that because this payload include the very interesting part. One was the one robotic arms, which is to demonstrate the cleaning of space debris, because still the capacity is very low and how it will work, that has to be seen. But as I told you, it is a testing flight, a testing mission in a way to check the technology and what you are planning for the future, that it can work. So which has established by this successful launch and putting all that payload at their respective places shows or establish the mission on a very solid ground in terms of its success. So I think future is as somebody was talking to you, he said the sky is not a limit now, and we are venturing into that.
Right, absolutely. Yes, Dr. Tyagi, thank you very much for joining us and for speaking to us on this. I'm in fact also joined in by Dr. Raju Gadurachar, who's also former ISRO scientist. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us. And well, congratulations to all ISRO scientists, to all Indians on this historic milestone that we have seen in our space journey, in India's space journey from 1963 to 2026. We've come a long way. By talking specifically about Skyroot's mission argument today, there are many firsts that we have seen. What do you have to speak about those?
Yeah, see, it's a very proud moment for all of us. Probably you should know, recently we had another concern, people are leaving from ISRO and all that. We have younger generation coming forward, and that too they use a very, very unique new technology that is building from, 3D printing. 3D printing is a new technique. Where you can use a composite structure, it will be lightweight, and you know that there are a lot of new trends coming up in this technology that they should use 3D printing, so you can quickly prepare a rocket and assemble it and launch it without waiting for large duration of workshop, manufacturing and all that. So this is a very unique, not only the achievement of youngsters, they're all youngsters, they're all from the younger generation startup group. I was very happy to personally look at those faces, hardly between 30 and 40 years or even earlier, even younger. So this is a proud achievement from various angles that youngsters have come forward and they have achieved what is new. And I expect much more to come in this. Like for example, one of the ambitions is to go to the moon. I don't know whether there is a report that some other international agencies are trying to use the material on the moon. That is the material available on the, don't take it from here. Use 3D printing machine and use the resources available on the extragalactic region and launch satellite. It's a very high order of expectation, but we are in that direction, and I'm sure our youngsters will take it much, much higher to higher level of technology achievement, technology achievement, success for the country, and much, much more thing. For example, even the construction of a beautiful, very powerful radar is also going to be maybe in many of the students' groups. We have got nearly hundreds of startups. I could see many 400. Many of my and many of my students. I'm proud of adding my own color to that by saying that some of these people whom I saw in the Space Expo were my own students, and there are hundreds of such youngsters even doing better than us, better than we people who are already retired or knowing a little bit higher level. But certainly today's date, we need such achievements, very well recorded, very successfully achieved in the very first mission. So I'm very sort of satisfied personally that our students, our youngsters have taken it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garudachar, for speaking to us and for joining us today. It's good to have you. And with that, viewers, let's move ahead. And now, viewers, activist Sonam Wangchuk's wife Gitanjali Angmo has questioned the government's decision to shift him to the hospital, saying the Delhi High Court's order did not mandate hospitalization. She said the court had not only directed that his health be monitored regularly, Angmo also claimed that no treatment is currently being administered and only medical tests are being conducted. Now, she questioned the reported drop in Wangchuk's potassium levels and said the family plans to get the tests verified at an independent lab before allowing any medication. She added that Wangchuk's fast continues as he is consuming only water with salt, and despite weakness and muscle loss, he remains alert and mentally strong. Let's listen in.
This is as per the High Court order. No, the High Court order never was about hospitalization. High Court order ने बस इतना कहा है कि किसी भी इंडिविजुअल की हेल्थ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है और उसको रेगुलर इंटरवल पे मॉनिटर करना है, लेकिन हाई कोर्ट ऑर्डर ने ये नहीं कहा कि हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, तो ये हाई कोर्ट ऑर्डर के हिसाब से नहीं है.
ये नहीं हो रहा है.
हाँ
मैडम, आप अंदर गई हैं, क्या इलाज चल रहा है, क्या बता रहे हैं?
नहीं, कुछ इलाज नहीं चल रहा, अभी जस्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन हो रही है और टेस्ट हो रहे हैं. हाँ. और वो भी हम बाहर की लैब से भी टेस्ट करवाने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो हमने इनसे रिपोर्ट मांगी है नहीं दे रहे हैं. हाँ. तो इसकी और जो ये नंबर्स कह रहे हैं 2.9 हो गया पोटेशियम, वो कल 4.3 था, आज नहीं हो सकता, तो हम इसको क्रॉस चेक करना चाहते हैं दूसरी लैब से बिफोर वी टेक एनी मेडिकेशन. तो वो नहीं, वो ना कोई इलेक्ट्रोलाइट ले रहे हैं ना कुछ, वो अभी भी फास्ट पे ही हैं. उनका फास्टिंग अभी जारी है क्योंकि वो कोई शुगर नहीं ले रहे हैं, वो जस्ट जो ले रहे थे पहले वाटर विद सॉल्ट वही ले.
But look back at the historic path that we Alright, viewers, the family of Sonam Wangchuk has now come out and of course questioned the manner that he was picked up from Jantar Mantar, where he was sitting on a hunger strike, taken to Safdarjung Hospital, and they are also challenging the reports that have been put out. The wife is clearly saying how can they report a drop in potassium levels so quickly and drastically when it was 4.3 yesterday. It's not possible that it can go down to 2.9 yesterday, today, and which is why they are going to do a cross-examination of the report on Sonam Wangchuk's health. The wife has also asked that nothing should be administered to him orally or through intravenous means without the consent of him, his family and his doctors. She's further gone on to say that the High Court order only mandated a check on Sonam Wangchuk's health and not to be picked up in that manner and rushed to the hospital. Now, these are the details that we have accessed and the statement that Sonam Wangchuk's wife has made. With that, let's take some updates from the doctors as well. All right, before we move on, Brian has joined us. Brian, the wife of Sonam Wangchuk clearly doubting the report on his health, asking for a cross-examination and in fact saying she will do it herself at a private lab, at an independent lab. Have you been able to speak to her or the protesters on the site?
Is also, I think, a competitive synergy.
Dr. P.K. Tyagi,
Competitive. So we will have to find ways and means of optimum synergy and integration between the government and the non-government sector space play.
All right, joining us now.
Not justified, and obviously she questioned the government's decision and also argued that Delhi High Court's order did not direct him to be hospitalized. And also not only that, she said that no medical treatment is being currently should be administered to Wangchuk until she says so, or there is a consent from that being signed. And as of now, she also raised questions over the reports of a drop in his potassium levels, also saying that the family intends to have the test results independently verified before consenting to any kinds of medication. And very important, according to her, Wangchuk's fast continues, with him also consuming only water mixed with salt, and said despite physical challenges or weakness and noticeable muscle loss, remains fully conscious, mentally alert, and determined to continue the protest.
All right, stay on with me, Brian. Let's take further updates on this. Now, the doctor monitoring Sonam Wangchuk's health has said that he is currently stable but remains at risk of developing hypokalemia or low potassium levels. Dr. Satish Lamba said he was informed that Wangchuk had been shifted to a government hospital and was not allowed to meet him personally. However, he received an update from the doctors overseeing Wangchuk's condition. Dr. Lamba also noted that the Delhi High Court had directed continuous medical monitoring, which may have led to the hospital shift. At the same time, he acknowledged concerns raised by Wangchuk's wife over the arrangements at the hospital. Let's listen in.
डेली मॉनिटर हेल्थ बुलेटिन इशू कर रहा था, तो आज सुबह अराउंड 7:30 मुझे कॉल आई कि ही हैज बीन फोर्सफुली लिफ्टेड टू सम गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल. फिर मुझे पता लगा कि ही हैज बीन शिफ्टेड टू सबजिंग हॉस्पिटल. ही वाज फोर्स्ड बाय सम पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स एंड ही वाज लिफ्टेड टू सबजिंग हॉस्पिटल. तो आज जो अभी मिलने तो नहीं दिए गए, लेकिन उनके कमरे के बाहर मुझे कुछ जो हेल्थ जो उनकी जो मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर्स, उन्होंने जो पैरामीटर्स बताए हैं उसमें थोड़ा उनका पोटेशियम आज उनका कम आया है. जो कल इवनिंग था उसमें थोड़ा लोअर साइड पे है और यूरिन में कीटोन्स हैं और वो स्टेबल है. तो आज जो अभी मिलने तो नहीं दिए गए, लेकिन उनके कमरे के बाहर.
All right, Brian, from the doctor to the wife of Sonam Wangchuk, all are questioning the manner in which he has been picked up forcefully. How will the authorities be able to answer this? Why was he picked up in the way that he was done? The High Court did not order his picking up. The High Court order was only to monitor his health.
Well, as of now, he has been obviously, his health was obviously deteriorating for over 20 days of the protest that was going on, the hunger strike that was going on. And even Delhi police, the DCP has also given a statement. Very importantly, DCP Sachin Sharma said that the doctor clearly visited the protest site to conduct a routine medical examination. But even stated that some protesters did allege of obstructing the process, leading to promotion and the right venue. He also said that it was important because the way his health was deteriorating and hospital treatment was a better option. And also the police stated that considering Wangchuk's fragile health after his prolonged fast has been used to suppressing as a precautionary measure, and doctors are examining him to find out. And also after examining him, they did find out that he was weak and showing signs of dehydration due to the continuous fasting. So that even when we spoke to the doctor yesterday, he also took the same thing that he is suffering from dehydration, severe dehydration rather, and there is a muscle loss also because of the prolonged fast that has been going on for 20 days, and today also it has led to 20%.
Right, once again, Brian, do stay with us. Further updates now coming in from the protest. Now, after Sonam Wangchuk was taken to hospital, the protest has now taken a new turn after Abhijit Deepke, the founding president of the Cockroach Janata Party, has announced an indefinite hunger strike. He urged supporters to gather at Jantar Mantar, continue the protest and participate in the planned march to Parliament on July 20. Brian, seems to be like problem is mounting for the government after Sonam Wangchuk has been picked up. Now Abhijit Deepke is out. He's also going on an indefinite hunger strike. Parliament on July 20. Brian, seems to be like problem is mounting for the government.
Earlier, protest leaders say that the movement will continue despite his hospitalization, with supporters gathering at Jantar Mantar, as even stated by Abhijit Deepke, and obviously Abhijit Deepke, who is the founding president of the Cockroach Janata Party, announced that he will begin an indefinite hunger strike in support of the movement, and also appealed to supporters to remain at the protest site and continue the agitation peacefully and participate in the proposed march scheduled that is on 2020th.
Right, Brian, police updates also are there. Let's put those across. Viewers, now the Delhi police has said that Sonam Wangchuk was shifted to Safdarjung Hospital following medical advice and in line with the Delhi High Court's directions for regular health monitoring. DCP Sachin Sharma said doctors had arrived at the protest site for a routine medical checkup, but some protesters allegedly created obstruction leading to commotion. Considering Wangchuk's delicate health condition, he was moved to the hospital where doctors found him weak and showing signs of dehydration due to prolonged fasting. He is currently under observation with further tests underway and his condition being monitored by a team of medical experts. Leading to commotion. Let's listen. Considering Wangchuk's delicate health condition, he was moved.
The morning, as per directions of Honorable High Court, as well as the routine daily scheduled checkup, doctors arrived for medical examination of Shri Sonam Wangchuk. There was some obstruction caused by some of the protesters. This created some commotion also. Considering the delicate health condition of Shri Wangchuk, and on medical advice, he was taken to Safdarjung Hospital for medical examination and further intervention as required. Further, doctors have examined and assessed the health condition of Shri Wangchuk, where they have opined that due to prolonged fasting, he is weak and has signs of dehydration. He is under observation. Further tests are being conducted there, and his health condition is being continuously monitored under expert supervision. Thank you. Where they have opined that due to prolonged.
All right, Brian. Any word now that you have picked up from those who are still on the protest grounds?
Further tests are being conducted there.
Well, yes, very important if we talk about the situation now. Yes, there are still protesters there at Jantar Mantar, obviously showing solidarity
Brian, any word now that you have picked up from those who are still on the protest
he urged the protesters, the people to come to Jantar Mantar to show, their support. So obviously the situation is tense as of now, and simultaneously also Sonam Wangchuk is at receiving proper care and treatment from the doctors. He urged the protesters, the people.
Brian, thank you very much for joining us on these updates, and let's move ahead. Now, preparations are underway in Nagpur for Shiv Sena Uddhav Chief Uddhav Thackeray's Ram Raksha protest over the embezzlement of donations meant for the Ayodhya Ram Mandir. Shahid Ansari is joining us on this. Shahid, किस तरह से चल रही है प्रोटेस्ट की तैयारी, कब स्टार्ट हो जाएगा? Shiv Sena Uddhav Chief Uddhav Thackeray's Ram Raksha protest over the embezzlement of donations meant for the Ayodhya Shahid, क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं? Ram Mandir. Shahid Ansari is joining us on this. Shahid, किस तरह से चल रही है प्रोटेस्ट की तैयारी, कब Uddhav Thackeray's party is now preparing for the Ram Raksha protest. This is over the alleged embezzlement of donations meant for the Ayodhya Ram Mandir. As you can see from the visuals on your screens, Jai Shri Ram boards put up as the Uddhav Sena is planning these protests. Shahid has joined us from the location. Shahid, donations meant for the बताइए किस प्रकार से तैयारियां चल रही है इस प्रोटेस्ट की और क्या कितने लोगों की संख्या है फिलहाल? The Uddhav Sena is planning these protests. Shahid has joined us from the location. Shahid, बताइए किस प्रकार से तैयारियां चल रही है इस प्रोटेस्ट की और
उस चंदा चोरी को लेकर
कितने लोगों की संख्या है
आरती की गई। अब जो है शिवसेना में चूंकि में एक मुद्दा रहा है और चंदा को आगे बढ़ाते हैं नागपुर में उन्होंने ये ऑर्गेनाइज किया और जहाँ उससे बड़ी बात ये रही है कि उसमें जो है जो आरएसएस के मुखिया है मोहन भागवत उनको भी इनवाइट किया गया। कल ये लेटर जो है वायरल हो रहा था और खुद संजय राउत ने हमने वायरल किया और ये बात भी कही कि हम चाहते हैं कि वो राम मंदिर की रक्षा के लिए सामने आए और हमारे साथ चूंकि हम जो है इस मुद्दे को लेकर जो है ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ जो है अपनी आवाज बुलंद कर रहे हैं जिन्होंने राम रक्षा के नाम पर जो है लूट मचाई है। नागपुर चूंकि आरएसएस का गढ़ भी रहा है और दूसरा ये अहम बात यह है कि राज्य के जो मुख्यमंत्री है देवेंद्र फडणवीस वो भी नागपुर के हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो है एक तरह से उद्धव ठाकरे ने जो है अपनी इस मुहिम को जो राम मंदिर और राम मंदिर के संदेह की जो रक्षा को लेकर जो है जो चीजें की जा रही है उसको लेकर जो है एक राजनीति जो कहते हैं कि हर मुद्दे को जो है राजनीति में भगाया जाना चाहिए, उसी बात को मद्देनजर रखते हुए कहीं ना कहीं जो है उन्होंने इसके जरिए बीजेपी को घेरने की कोशिश की है। दूसरी अहम बात ये रही है कि आपको मैं बता दूं कि शिव सैनिकों के अलावा भी जो है इसमें और भी बहुत सारे लोग शामिल हो रहे हैं और जो है बड़ी बात यह है कि सुबह से जो है पुलिस बंदोबस्त रहा है ताकि किसी भी तरह से जो है इसमें कोई लैंड ऑर्डर को लेकर कोई खतरा पैदा ना हो। आप अगर मुंबई की बात करें, मुंबई के भी कई इलाकों में इसी तरह से ऑर्गेनाइज की गई थी। और दूसरी अहम बात ये रही है कि आपको हालांकि शिव सैनिकों ने ये भी कहा है कि हम इसी तरह पर पूरे महाराष्ट्र में जो है चंदा चोरी को लेकर लोगों को जागरूक करेंगे, लोगों पर जाएंगे और बच रहा है ताकि किसी भी तरह
शायद धन्यवाद आपको जुड़ने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स ऑन दैट नोट वी आर टेकिंग अ ब्रेक, बट थैंक्स फॉर वाचिंग न्यूज़ एक्स एंड विल बी राइट बैक। स्टे ट्यून्ड।
ये आगे बढ़कर ना करो। हालांकि शिव सैनिकों ने ये भी कहा है कि हम इसी तरह
All right, viewers, before we slip into a break, there is another breaking news update coming in. Let's take that. शायद धन्यवाद आपको inauguration and foundation stone laying ceremony for 57 development projects worth 574 crore rupees in Bulandshahr district of UP. Let's get across to the live visuals. All right, viewers, before we slip into a break, there is another breaking news update coming in. Let's take that. Inauguration and foundation stone laying ceremony for 57 development projects worth 574 crore.
हर थाने में समाजवादी पार्टी का कोई गुंडा या उसका गुर्गा वसूली करता था, तहसीलें वसूली के अड्डे बने हुए थे। कोई सुनवाई नहीं थी, गरीब की सुनवाई नहीं थी, महिलाओं को सुरक्षा नहीं थी। हर जिले में व्यापारी हर थाने में परेशान था, पार्टी का कोई नौजवान के रोजगार पर डकैती पड़ जाती थी, सिंडिकेट वसूली के अड्डे बने क्षेत्र में। कोई हर जनपद में माफिया की समानांतर सरकारें चलती थी, को सुरक्षा नहीं थी। लेकिन अब मैं कह सकता हूं था हमारा नौजवान के रोजगार पर डकैती पड़ जाती थी, सिंडिकेट काम करते थे। अब मैं कह सकता हूं न हर जनपद में माफिया की समानांतर सरकारें चलती थी। लेकिन अब मैं कह सकता हूं, हम लोगों ने कहा था माफिया को मिट्टी में मिलाएंगे और मिला करके दिखा दिया। अब मैं कह सकता हूं, हम लोगों ने कहा था कि बेटी और व्यापारी की सुरक्षा पर किसी ने सेंध लगाई तो दो ही जगह होंगे, हम लोगों ने होगी या जहन्नुम होगा, मिलाएंगे तीसरी जगह नहीं होगी, दिखा दिया। बहन और भाइयों, सरकार ने कहा था अपने कर्तव्यों का निर्वहन किया। बेटी और व्यापारी की सुरक्षा पर हम लोगों ने किसी ने सेंध लगाई तो दो ही जगह होंगे, या तो जेल होगी या जहन्नुम होगा। जब कोई नियुक्ति पत्र जगह नहीं है, बुलंदशहर का बहन और भाइयों पत्र प्राप्त करता। सरकार ने अपने कर्तव्य याद करिए ना, यूपी पुलिस की भर्ती हुई थी, हम लोगों ने फिर से परिणाम आ रहा है नई भर्ती के था कि उनकी नौकरी में कोई और मैं देख रहा था बुलंदशहर का नौजवान हर नियुक्ति पत्र वितरण के कार्यक्रम में वह भी सरकारी नियुक्ति पत्र प्राप्त करता। याद करिए ना, यूपी पुलिस की भर्ती हुई थी, सेफाई परिवार का परिणाम आ रहा है नई भर्ती के सिंडिकेट ही तय करता था कि देख रहा था किसकी नियुक्ति होनी है किसकी नहीं होनी। सर का नौजवान कोई नहीं कर सकता नियुक्ति। अब आपके हक पे कोई डकैती नहीं डाल सकता। सरकारी नियुक्ति आज नौजवान स्टार्टअप स्थापित कर रहे हैं, सीएम युवा की स्कीम है, अपना उद्यम स्थापित परिवार का इस पे कब्जा था और उनका सिंडिकेट प्रदेश की परंपरागत उद्यम को पुनर्जीवित करके 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट के माध्यम से उन्हें आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया गया है। अब आपके हक पे कोई आज नौजवान स्टार्टअप स्थापित कर रहे हैं, सीएम युवा की स्कीम है, अपना उद्यम स्थापित।
कल अगर आप दुर्भाग्यवश नहीं रहे तो उनका साथ किस्मत में पॉलिसी बाजार से लिया हुआ टर्म इंश्योरेंस देगा। परिवार के लिए इतना तो कर ही सकते हैं ना। परिवार सबसे पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 410 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है। कल जब आपको हॉस्पिटल का लाखों का बिल भरना पड़ेगा ना, तब होगी पैसों की असली बरकत। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है। एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से कहीं जाने वाली है और ना ही हॉस्पिटल के खर्चे। बस आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का बिल कौन भरेगा, आप या आपकी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है। एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से insurance policy.
Hello and very good afternoon viewers, you're watching NewsX and I'm Kriti Mehta. Let's start with our talk of focus as we celebrate the success of yet another milestone in India's space journey. One cannot help but look back at the historic path that we have paved. Think of the humble beginnings of ISRO. Scientists, including former President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, transported payload cones and pups for India's first sounding rockets on bicycles and Bullock at the Tumba Equatorial Launching Station. Dr. Kalam and his team operated out of a vacated church and converted a local cattle shed into their laboratory, famously taking bicycle rides to and from the site. Because the Tumba launch facility in Kerala lacked basic equipment and transportation vans, scientists relied on bicycles and bullock carts to transfer parts for the NASA-supplied Nike Apache rockets to the launch pads. Then, exactly 40 years before, India entered the League of Space-faring Nations with SLV-3, its first experimental satellite launch vehicle by ISRO. And today here we stand. Skyroot has just blasted off Bharat's first ever private orbital launch to space. From rocket parts on bicycles to private players displaying Indian ingenuity on a global scale, a moment to celebrate the astounding path India has made for itself. Let's listen in first to Prime Minister Narendra Modi congratulating the team upon the successful launch to begin with. From rocket parts on bicycles to private players displaying Indian ingenuity on a global scale, a
जमीन में भी
the astounding
उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी। और मुझे ये सफलता के लिए तो आनंद होना था, लेकिन आप लोगों ने जिस कमिटमेंट के साथ मेहनत की और दूसरा, और मैं जब जमीन में भी आपके इंफिनिटी कैंपस के उद्घाटन के लिए आपके साथ जुड़ा था, नौजवानों को मेरे तो मन करता था मैं पहुंचूं, लेकिन पहुंच नहीं पाया, लेकिन आपके साथ वीडियो से जुड़ा था। और आज भी मैं इस पूरे लॉन्चिंग कार्यक्रम को देख रहा था और मैं सबसे मेरा ध्यान जो गया, आपकी पूरी टीम 25-30 साल की दिखती है, ये मुझे और खुशी दे रही थी। शुरू में आपके चेहरे पर चिंता भी नजर आती थी, लेकिन फिर मैं देख रहा था कि खुशियों से माहौल भर गया। मैं आपको, आपकी पूरी टीम को इस महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय के लिए और महत्वपूर्ण सफलता के लिए मैं बहुत बधाई देता हूँ और खुशी दे रही थी।
Alright, that was Prime Minister Modi congratulated the Skyroot team, and let's also in fact listen in to Jitendra Singh congratulating the team on the successful launch.
Mr. Narendra Modi ji for making this possible, because It is possible only because 5 years back, Prime Minister Modi took a heroic decision, a bold decision, a courageous decision, an out-of-box decision to open the space sector to the private players, to unlock the space sector. And had he not done that, we would not have been witnessing this event today, because this launch wouldn't have happened and the Skyroot wouldn't have been there. And what a remarkable and revolutionary quantum leap it has been over the last 5 or 6 years, ever since the new space reforms were brought in by Prime Minister Modi. From just a modest economy, we are today more than $9 billion US space economy, hoping to be 40-45 billion in less than a decade. From just one digit, a single digit space startup, we are over 400 space startups, and a unicorn in the form of Skyroot, the hero of the day. And I can say with all the confidence in my command that today's successful launch is a reiteration of India's grand entry as a global player in the highly competitive arena of space economy. And now for India, sky is no longer the limit. And I can say with all the confidence in my command that today's successful launch is a reiteration. Yes, it's been miraculous over the last just half a decade. Half a decade is hardly a time in the life of a space sector. If you compare us with those who started much earlier than us, for example, the then Soviet Union, the USA, and not only that, our record of first-time success has also been is remarkably higher compared to the other nations. Even today's one is added to that record.
So you believe that more such startup will be given more opportunity?
Of course, now, for example, the Vikram one is just is a test flight by this accomplished group of Skyroot, and then they will be also commercializing it and going in for further. Similarly, I think a healthy public-private synergy in the space sector is what is going to make it more and more competitive. So we will have to find ways and means of optimum synergy and integration between the government and the non-government sector space players. Group of Skyroot, and then they will be also commercializing.
All right, joining us now is former ISRO scientist Dr. P. K. Tyagi. Dr. Tyagi, thank you very much for joining us today here on NewsX. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate you as a space scientist. What stands out to you about Vikram 1's successful maiden orbital flight today for you? All right,
I think it's a wonderful moment in the sense like for the first time the successful launch by a new startup. In a way, a private player has come into this. Now they can contribute into this space economy, which is every year keep on growing. And we are now, I think, have a solid footing in playing a role in that global space launch. First thing is that. And second is like, you can see the way the entire thing was planned. In fact, there was slightly delay, but that was also part of that strategy. Check whether all the systems which have the control, even the checking that system itself was a part of the planning, and the successful launch and the delivery of those payload at their respective place. Everything has been done so meticulously. So that means like the private sector is now ready to play a big role to begin with this small thing in which even the Germany has shown a trust into this the new startup. And the other thing was which was as a scientist which I looked at it because the cost cutting in the sense like the material which has been used in the manufacturing of the rocket and the 3D print of the engine, the assembly line, it reduced the very considerable time in assembling the rocket. I think the voices was that like within 24 hours you can assemble the entire rocket. So that is the beauty of this Vikram 1 successful launch. My heartiest congratulations to all that young team because but they should remember how much kind of work effort has been done by our the people who laid the foundation of ISRO and developed this technology on which they are relying now. So they should always be remembered, and that's why the name of the engine of the rocket has been kept on the name of one was the Kalam, the engines, which was a solid based rocket, and the one was liquid thing, which was named after this Raman. So I think these the legacy which the younger generation has got from the effort of these luminaries of science and technology, when there was not enough fund, not enough facilities, and even the government support was also not very high. And now coming the private sector, because I have seen all the people who are associated with this startup are very young. So I want to congratulate the Young India, the startup ecosystem, which are now playing a key role in this such kind of niche technology, that is the space technology. So that's all I want to say. Once again, a big congratulations to all the team for being venturing out into a new area of space technology and contributing towards the Indian economy, and also a role in a global scenario of space technology.
Right, Doctor, if you allow me another question. The mission also carried a mix of payloads, including technology demonstrators from Indian startups. An international payload was there, and symbolic ones like diamond jewelry and micro sculptures of Indian scientists. What do you make of this payload strategy for a maiden flight? Right, Doctor, if you allow me another
see, this
question.
was in a way
The mission also
experimental
carried a mix of
in a way.
payloads,
That's why
including
it was
technology
going only
from
into the
Indian
lower bit
startups.
area.
An international payload was there, and
453
symbolic
kilometers.
ones like diamond
Remember
jewelry
that.
and micro
And
sculptures.
the payload capacity
of
was
Indian
only
scientists.
350
What do you
kg.
make of this
So,
payload
see,
strategy
it
for
was
a
a
maiden
test
flight?
flight. In a way, we have to take it, because before you venture out into the heavier version of the rocket and heavier payload, I think the first you have to test the technology, and it was for that, because this payload include the very interesting part. One was the one robotic arms, which is because to demonstrate the cleaning of space debris, because still the capacity is very low, and how it will work, that has to be seen. But as I told you, it is a testing flight, a testing mission in a way to check the technology and what you are planning for the future, that it can work. So which has established by this successful launch and putting all that payload at their respective places shows the establish the mission on a very solid ground in terms of its success. So I think future is as somebody was talking to you, he said the sky is not a limit now, and we are venturing in launch. Putting all that payload.
Right, absolutely. Yes, Dr.
Yeah.
Tyagi, thank you very much for joining us and for speaking to us on this. I'm in fact also joined in by Dr. Raju Garudachar, who's also former ISRO scientist. Thank you very much, Doctor, for joining us. And well, congratulations to all ISRO scientists, to all Indians on this historic milestone that we have seen in our space journey, in India's space journey from 1963 to 2026. We've come a long way. We're talking specifically about Skyroot's mission Agman today. There are many firsts that we have seen. What do you have to speak about those? Congratulations to all ISRO scientists.
Yeah, see, it's a very proud moment for all of us.
That we have seen in
Probably you should know
space journey in
recently
India's
people are leaving from ISRO.
Views now, the Delhi police have
We
said
have
that
a generation coming
we're talking
forward,
specifically
and
about
they use a
Skyroot's
very
mission
unique,
Agman today. There are many
new technology
firsts that we
that
have
is
seen.
building
What do you
from,
have to speak about?
you know, sir, 3D. Yeah, see, it's a very proud moment for all of us.
Yeah.
You can use a composite structure. It will be lightweight, and you know that there are a lot of new trends coming up in this technology, that they should use 3D printing, so you can quickly prepare a rocket and assemble it and launch it without waiting for large duration of workshop, manufacturing and all that. So this is a very unique, not only the achievement of youngsters, they're all youngsters. They're all from the younger generation startup group. I was very happy to personally look at those cases, hardly between 30 and 40 years or even earlier, even younger. So it is a proud achievement from various angles. That youngsters have come forward and they have achieved what is new. And I expect much more to come in this. Like for example, one of the ambitions is to go to the moon. I don't know whether there is a report that some other construction agencies are trying to use the material on the moon. That is material available on the moon. Don't take it from here. Much more to use 3D printing machine and use the resources available on the extragalactic region and launch satellite. It's a very high order of expectation, but we are in that direction, and I'm sure our youngsters will take it much higher to higher level of technology achievement, success for the country, and much more things. For example, even the construction of a beautiful, very powerful radar is also going to be maybe in many of the students' groups. We have got nearly hundreds of startups. I could see many of and many of my students are proud of adding my own color to that by saying that some of these people whom I saw in the Space Expo were my own students, and there are hundreds of such youngsters even doing better than us, better than we people who are already retired or knowing a little bit higher level. But certainly today's date, we need such achievements very well recorded, very successfully achieved in the very first mission. So I'm very sort of satisfied personally that our students, our youngsters have taken it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garudachar, for speaking to us and for joining us today.
Very well recorded.
It's good to have you. And with that, viewers, let's move ahead.
In the very first mission.
And now, viewers, activist Sonam Wangchuk's wife Gitanjali Angmo has questioned the government's decision to shift him to the hospital, saying the Delhi High Court's order did not mandate hospitalization. She said the court had not only directed that his health be monitored regularly, Angmo also claimed that no treatment is currently being administered and only medical tests are being conducted. Now she questioned the reported drop in Wangchuk's potassium levels and said the family plans to get the tests verified at an independent lab before allowing any medication. She added that Wangchuk's fast continues as he is consuming only water with salt, and despite weakness and muscle loss, he remains alert and mentally strong. Let's listen.
And said the family plans. This is as per the High Court order. No, the High Court order never was about hospitalization. High Court order ने बस इतना कहा है कि किसी भी इंडिविजुअल की हेल्थ बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है, उसको रेगुलर इंटरवल पे मॉनिटर करना है. लेकिन हाई कोर्ट ऑर्डर ने ये नहीं कहा कि हॉस्पिटलाइज करना है, तो ये हाई कोर्ट ऑर्डर के हिसाब से नहीं है.
मैडम आप अंदर गई हैं, क्या इलाज चल रहा है?
नहीं कुछ इलाज नहीं चल रहा, अभी जस्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन हो रही है और टेस्ट हो रहे हैं, और वो भी हम बाहर की लैब से भी टेस्ट करवाने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो हमने इनसे रिपोर्ट मांगी है नहीं दे रहे हैं. लेकिन तो और जो ये नंबर्स कह रहे हैं 2.9 हो गया पोटेशियम, वो कल 4.3 था, आज नहीं हो सकता, तो हम इसको क्रॉस चेक करना चाहते हैं दूसरी लैब से बिफोर वी टेक एनी मेडिकेशन. तो वो नहीं वो ना कोई इलेक्ट्रोलाइट ले रहे हैं ना कुछ, वो अभी भी फास्ट पे हैं. जो हमने उनका फास्टिंग अभी जारी है, क्योंकि वो कोई शुगर नहीं ले रहे हैं, वो जस्ट जो ले रहे थे पहले वाटर विद सॉल्ट वही ले रहे हैं. वो कल 4.3 था, आज नहीं हो.
All right, viewers, the family of Sonam Wangchuk has now come out and of course questioned the manner that he was picked up from Jantar Mantar, where he was sitting on a hunger strike, taken to Safdarjung Hospital, and they are also challenging the reports that have been put out. The wife is clearly saying how can they report a drop in potassium levels so quickly and drastically when it was 4.3 yesterday. It's not possible that it can go down to 2.9 yesterday, today, and which is why they are going to do a cross-examination of the report on Sonam Wangchuk's health. The wife has also asked that nothing should be administered to him orally or through intravenous means without the consent of him, his family and his doctors. Which is why they are going to do a She's further gone on to say that the High Court order only mandated a check on Sonam Wangchuk's health and not to be picked up in that manner and rushed to the hospital. Without the consent of now, these are the details that we have accessed and the statement that Sonam Wangchuk's wife has made. With that, let's take some updates from the doctors as well. The High Court order only mandated a check on Sonam Wangchuk's health and not to be picked up in that manner and rushed. All right, before we move on, Brian has joined us. Brian, the wife of Sonam Wangchuk clearly doubting the report on his health, asking for a cross-examination and in fact saying she will do it herself at a private lab, at an independent lab. Have you been able to speak to her or the protesters on the site? All right, before we move on, Brian has joined us.
I don't know what we get to know
Brian,
the wife of Sonam Wangchuk's wife has been speaking about it, and clearly she said that the decision is for the government to first Sonam Wangchuk to the government hospital is clearly not justified, and obviously she questioned the government's decision and also argued that Delhi High Court's order did not direct him to be hospitalized. And also not only that, she said that no medical needs currently should be administered to Wangchuk until she says to, or there is a consent from that to be signed. And as of now, she also raised questions over the reports of a drop in his potassium levels, also saying that the family intends to have the test results independently verified before consenting to any kind of medication. And very important, according to Wangchuk's past practices, maintain also consuming only water mixed with salt, and said despite physical challenges or weakness and noticeable muscle loss, remains fully conscious, mentally alert, and determined to continue the products.
All right, stay on with me, Brian. Let's take further updates on this. Now, the doctor monitoring Sonam Wangchuk's health has said that he is currently stable but remains at risk of developing hypokalemia or low potassium levels. Dr. Satish Lamba said he was informed that Wangchuk had been shifted to a government hospital and was not allowed to meet him personally. However, he received an update from the doctors overseeing Wangchuk's condition. Dr. Lamba also noted that the Delhi High Court had directed continuous medical monitoring, which may have led to the hospital shift. At the same time, he acknowledged concerns raised by Wangchuk's wife over the arrangements at the hospital. Let's listen in. However, he received
डेली मॉनिटर हेल्थ बुलेटिन इशू कर रहा था, तो आज सुबह अराउंड 7:30 मुझे कॉल आई कि ही हैज बीन फोर्सफुली लिफ्टेड टू सम गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल. फिर मुझे पता लगा कि ही हैज बीन शिफ्टेड टू सब्जिंग हॉस्पिटल. ही वाज फोर्स्ड बाय सम पुलिस ऑफिशियल्स एंड ही वाज लिफ्टेड टू सब्जिंग हॉस्पिटल. तो आज जो अभी मिलने तो नहीं दिए गए, लेकिन उनके कमरे के बाहर मुझे कुछ जो हेल्थ जो उनकी जो मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं डॉक्टर, उन्होंने जो पैरामीटर्स बताए हैं उसमें थोड़ा उनका पोटेशियम आज उनका कम आया है. जो कल इवनिंग था उसमें वो थोड़ा लोअर साइड पे है और यूरिन में कीटोन्स हैं और वो स्टेबल है. He was forced by some police officials and he was lifted.
All right, Brian, from the doctor to the wife of Sonam Wangchuk, all are questioning the manner in which he has been picked up forcefully. How will the authorities be able to answer this? Why was he picked up in the way that he was done? The High Court did not order his picking up. The High Court order was only to monitor his health. All are questioning the manner in which he has been picked up.
Obviously, his health was obviously deteriorating for over 20 days of the protest that was going on, the hunger strike that was going on. And even Delhi police, the DCP has also given a statement. Very importantly, DCP Sachin Sharma said that the doctor clearly visited the protest site to conduct a routine medical examination. But even it stated that some protesters did allege of obstructing the process, leading to commotion at the site venue. He also said that it was important because the NA's network integrating and hospital treatment was a better option. And also for the status that considering Wangchuk's fragile health after his prolonged fast, having medical suppression as a precautionary measure, and doctors are examining him to find out. And also after examining him, they did find out that he was physically weak and showing signs of dehydration due to the continuous fasting. Also that even when we spoke to the doctor yesterday, he also stated the same thing that he is suffering from dehydration, severe dehydration rather. And there is a muscle loss also because of the prolonged fast that has been going on for 20 days. And today also it has led to 21st days.
Correct. Once again, Brian, do stay with us. Further updates now coming in from the protest. Now, after Sonam Wangchuk was taken to hospital, the protest has now taken a new turn after Abhijit Deepke, the founding president of the Cockroach Janata Party, has announced an indefinite hunger strike. He urged supporters to gather at Jantar Mantar, continue the protest and participate in the planned march to Parliament on July 20. Brian, seems to be like problem is mounting for the government after Sonam Wangchuk has been picked up. Now Abhijit Deepke is out. He's also going on an indefinite hunger strike. Parliament on July 20. Brian, seems to be like problem is mounting for the government.
कल अगर आप दुर्भाग्यवश नहीं रहे तो उनका साथ किस्मत नहीं पॉलिसी बाजार से लिया हुआ टर्म इंश्योरेंस देगा परिवार के लिए इतना तो कर ही सकते हैं परिवार सबसे पहले पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 410 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है
Hello and a very good afternoon viewers, you're watching NewsX and I'm Kriti Mehta. We will start with our focus now on the Vikram launch of Skyroot. Now India has put, of course, yet another milestone in its journey to becoming a global space power. In a historic first, Hyderabad-based private space startup, Skyroot Aerospace, has successfully launched its Vikram Orbital launch vehicle under mission Agaman, marking India's first ever successful private orbital space launch. This isn't just a win for one company, it's a defining moment for India's rapidly growing private space ecosystem. For decades, orbital launches were the domain of national space agencies, but today an Indian private company has demonstrated that innovation, ambition and indigenous technology can propel the country to a new era of commercial space flight. The mission is the result of years of engineering, testing and collaboration made possible by India's space sector reforms that opened the doors for private participation. From ISRO leading the way to startups now reaching orbit, India's space story has entered an exciting new chapter. We congratulate Team Skyroot. Mission Agaman truly signals the arrival of a new age in Indian space exploration. And we've opened our phone lines for all the viewers who wish to congratulate Skyroot for this historic mission launch and its success to call us and send in their messages. We will take your messages live on NewsX. And now upon this milestone success, let's take a look at ISRO's upcoming projects. For all the viewers who wish to congratulate. All right, these are of course our Gaganyauts, and Gaganyaan is the next ambitious space mission that India is looking at. India's human spacelift program, multiple uncrewed test flights leading to the first crewed orbital mission. This is Gaganyaan and our Gaganyauts. Then there's also Chandrayaan 4 that is planned for 2027 complex lunar sample return mission, which involves 4 modules to collect and bring moon surface samples. It is super important, remember.
And Venus Orbiter mission is planned for the year after that, which is 2028. Intraplanetary probe dedicated to studying the dense, complex atmosphere of Venus. That's also something that we are looking at. And moving ahead, there's also a between 2028 and 29 Lunar Polar Exploration Mission, joint venture with Japan to explore the moon's South Pole region. Remember, viewers, ISRO has already come up with some evidence to suggest that there may be subsurface ice on the lunar South Pole. And now there's also the Mangalyaan 2 or the Mars lander planned for 2030, second interplanetary journey to Mars equipped with atmospheric and surface exploration tools. So these are broadly what ISRO has planned and what India has planned for our space journey in the years ahead. Joining me now is Dr. Srijan Paul, scientist himself. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, for joining us here. Firstly, how would you reflect on India's space journey from the moment we started from taking our rockets on bicycles in 1962 to this day, when we have used modern technology, gone on an adventurous spree using those, we have 3D printed rockets, Raman engines, and blasting off from Sriharikota by a private unicorn in space. To this day,
absolutely, what a wonderful day. And as I would say, it's a journey from bullock carts to billion-dollar ventures. So the journey, as you all, we have also beautiful visuals of Dr. Kalam and his tribe of people back in those days carrying rocket parts and bicycles on bullock carts and so on. And those rocket parts began their journey in 1980. On this very day, on 18th July 1980, we launched successfully our first satellite by Indian technology into space, and that was a mission led by Dr. Kalam. And lo and behold, on the same day, decades later, a private sector company, which is now also a billion-dollar venture, it's a unicorn, as you said, and those rocket parts began done this on a private money. It's very risky. Going around a private sector is a far more difficult and a different journey than doing what ISRO had done. Nevertheless, celebrations, of course, Dr. Kalam and his team, and he's the one who's inspired a whole section of youngsters, and as we call the Gen Zs, 18-year-old is the average age of Skyroot, a 28-year-old, sorry, which is basically a Gen Z. And we say Gen Zs are, all kinds of things we say, but this is the Gen Z which is carrying India into space through a private venture. What is interesting is that this is a unicorn, and there are 400 startups in India which work in space. They're all doing a great job. It's not just a success of Skyroot alone, it is a success of the vision which was set by the Prime Minister to take India, because it was India opened its space sector to private sector only in 2020, which is 6 years ago. And that vision is fructifying. What is also fructifying is that whole satellite companies which have come up. Look at the first satellite which this Vikram 1 took into orbit. It is called Embrace, which is a robotic arm which will take space debris, 30,000 space debris. There's all kinds of dirt, moving around the Earth, which is called space debris, the broken parts of satellites, and it will clean them up. That's a prototype. This is the future of the company which is launching its satellite, Embrace. Prime Minister talked about Swachh Bharat. Our youngsters are doing Swachh Antariksh. So that is the kind of benevolent mission continues. When ISRO started, Dr. Kalam, I worked with him for many, many years till his very last day. He used to say the idea of India going into space was the Kalyan of the fisherman and the Kisan, which is the farmer of fishermen. Today also, when private sector Indians are going into space, their mission seems to be low-cost launches, affordable launches, and cleaning up space. Benevolent, beautiful saga of Indian values and Indian technology, bringing it together and taking the idea of India going into space. Congratulations to Skyroot, congratulations to the team, and congratulations to all the other people who have been involved in it, and also to ISRO, which have enabled this private sector to come up in such a short span.
Right, Dr. Singh, now what's more important is what lies ahead. After the successful launch, it's only beginning. We have a long way to go still when we are talking and comparing ourselves with companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX. How important and how easily can technology be transferred? How can we boost this scientific mindset in the coming generation? And what role do you think both public and private sector can play here coming together?
Right. So let me begin with the last part of the question. What role can public and private sector of India play here? There are two things which go into taking a mission into space: manpower, which is human talent, and investments, which is money. Now, with this mission's success, and in the very first attempt, by the way, success, which is phenomenal. I mean, not even Elon Musk was successful in the first attempt. It took a series of failures before Falcon happened. Now, this is successful in the very first attempt. There are two things. This will inspire a whole generation of youngsters in schools and colleges to take up similar risky missions. Space is risky, which is no doubt about that. Now, if you venture into space, your venture is a risky venture. So a lot of people would do that. Remember that these two founders, the two-founders of Skyroot, both of ISRO scientists, young, must have been back then in their late 20s or early 30s. And they gave up their secure government job in 2018 when the sector of space in India was not open to private participation. It happened in 2020, I told you. For 2 years, they took a bet. So I think taking that bet, that leap of faith, is the ignited mind which Dr. Kalam used to talk about, the ignited mind of youth. The second part which you needed in this is investment. That is where I think we need to change it. If you look at Skyroot, and if I just Google the data, out of $116 million of investments, 15 million is Indian, and the remaining 145 million is foreign investments. So it seems like foreign investors have more trust in our young people than we have. The second part which you, I think that will change. We have to put money in our young people and their young. That is where I think, and that is so phenomenal. That's one lesson. Look at Skyroot. And where does it go ahead? Well, it's a fantastic launch. A lot of people said, "Oh, it's too small." It's not. It's very useful. In space, there is no such concept of a small rocket and a big rocket. As long as it goes into the orbital mission, it goes into the low Earth orbit, it is a success. A small rocket is cheap, and now you can book a whole rocket. So it's like a cab. Whereas the mega launches like GSLV and PSLV is like a train. So you can put a lot of satellites, 100 satellites with one GSLV launch, but even with this Vikram 1 launch, you can put smaller number of satellites. So the business is there. The Indian space sector right now is valued between $8 to $9 billion, which is 80 to 90,000 crore. By 2023, it will reach about 44 billion, which is 4.5 lakh crore. So it's a huge growth path. Put a lot of satellites, and I'm not just talking about Indian space. The global space market is bigger, many fold. So that's where we are. Very promising, very lucrative for the nation, and just like IT sector did so wonderful things in 2000s, I believe the space sector will do so many wonderful things in the next 1 decade.
And India is ready for it. Dr. Singh, thank you very much for joining us and for speaking to us on this.
And I'm not just talking about Indian
and
space. The global space market
move ahead now to some other
very promising,
updates coming
very lucrative for the nation, and just like IT sector did so wonderful things in 2000s.
Now, according to Delhi police sources, the Cockroach Janata Party or the CJP has not yet sought permission for its proposed march to Parliament. Sources say no formal application has been received or given so far. Javed Hussain will be joining us with more details on this. The CJP is yet to obtain the requisite permission. Now, according to Delhi police sources, for staging its march to Parliament on Monday, that's July 20. And these are the information coming in from the sources from the police. जावेद, क्या CJP ने permission लेने की कोशिश करी? इसके बारे में हमें क्या पता है? क्या जो requisite criteria है, जो norms हैं, जो protocol है, वो follow किए गए हैं अभी तक?
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि अभी कोई ऐसा जो है परमिशन नहीं है कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के पास, और जिस तरीके से पार्लियामेंट मार्च की भी बात आ रही है उसको लेकर भी दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि जिस तरीके से पार्लियामेंट सेशन अब शुरू होना है और दिल्ली में नई दिल्ली को सुरक्षा में काफी सुरक्षा बढ़ाई गई है और वहां पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो पार्लियामेंट सेशन के लिए जो एक रूट लगाती है उस रूट की भी पूरी तरीके से जो है वो बात कही गई है और इनके पास किसी तरीके का कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के पास कोई भी अभी तक ऐसा परमिशन नहीं है जिसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेज का कहना है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ जो कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी है जिस तरीके से आज सुबह सोनम वांगचुक को और दिल्ली पुलिस पर बीजेपी ने आरोप लगाया कि वो अचानक से स्टेज पर घुसे और वहां पे काफी फोर्स के साथ सोनम वांगचुक को स्टेज से उठाकर ले गए। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस का इस मामले में कहना था कि कोर्ट के डायरेक्शन पर उनकी हालत जिस तरह से बिगड़ रही थी उसके बाद उन्हें जो है सफदरजंग अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया जहाँ पर उनका इलाज चल रहा है। जिस तरीके से आज सुबह सोनम
जावेद बने रहे हमारे साथ व्यूअर्स, वी आर गेटिंग इन सम मोर अपडेट्स इन फैक्ट
पर घुसे और वहाँ पे काफी
फ्रॉम द प्रोटेस्ट साइड
स्टेज से उठाकर ले गए। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस के इस मामले में कहना
picking
था
up that ink was hurled at Cockroach Janata Party founding president Abhijit Dipke. This is coming after Dipke has announced his intention to sit on a hunger strike. Getting in some more updates. In fact, the incident briefly disrupted the demonstration as party workers reacted at the spot. Let's take a look at the visuals that came in. That ink was hurled at Cockroach Janata Party founding president Abhijit Dipke. Has announced the incident briefly disrupted the demonstration as
जावेद
reacted at
कौन थे ये लोग जिन्होंने अभिजीत दीपके पर इंक फेंका है?
और देखिए जो वीडियो जिस तरीके से सामने आया कि सोनम वांगचुक के बाद जो है दीपक जो है अभिजीत दीपके जो कि कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के संस्थापक हैं वो वहां पर जो अपने समर्थक हैं जो उनके सपोर्टर्स हैं उनके सामने वो लोग बात कर रहे थे। इसी बीच एक शख्स उनके ऊपर जो है वो इंक फेंकता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी जो है पुलिस ने उस शख्स को हिरासत में ले लिया, इस पूरे मामले में पूछताछ कर रही। लेकिन वही अभिजीत दीपके का जो समर्थक है उनका आरोप है कि ये सरकार की तरफ से कराया गया है, ये सिस्टम की तरफ से कराया गया है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इसके बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं मिल पाई है। पुलिस पूरे जो मामला इसको लेकर पुलिस जांच कर रही है और ये जानने की कोशिश कर रही है कि क्या ये कौन है और यहाँ पर किस तरीके से माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की।
जी जावेद, viewers, some more reports now coming in. Let's pick them up.
की तरफ से कराया गया है।
Now, as per Delhi police sources, Sonam Wangchuk, his health is deteriorating. Police has said that he is dehydrated after prolonged fast. According to DCP New Delhi, doctors had reached Jantar Mantar for Wangchuk in medical examination. And some protesters allegedly created obstructions, leading to brief commotion on medical advice. Wangchuk was shifted to Safdarjung Hospital, of course, for further examination, and police have said that doctors found him weak, dehydrated, his potassium level was dropping, following which he was kept under observation. Medical tests are going to be held further as well. His condition is being monitored रेगुलरली। जावेद, क्या कुछ नए रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं अभी सोनम वांगचुक के हेल्थ पर? सुबह लेके गया था उन्हें हॉस्पिटल में, अब दोपहर होने को आई।
और जी देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना डिहाइड्रेशन और इसके अलावा जिस तरीके से वो काफी दिन से भूख हड़ताल पे थे, उनका सिस्टम जो है वो डाउन हो गया, जिसको लेकर अब उनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। और दिल्ली उनकी फैमिली का ये कहना है कि उनको लेकर जो है जो डॉक्टर्स हैं और किसी तरीके की कोई जानकारी नहीं दी जा रही। लेकिन वहीं दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि ऑनरेबल कोर्ट के जो ऑर्डर पर उनको मेडिकल एडवाइस के लिए कहा गया था दिल्ली पुलिस को, और उसके बाद सोनम वांगचुक जो है आज जो है हॉस्पिटल जो है इनिशियल मेडिकल केयर में जाके उनको जाकर शिफ्ट कराया गया है। और दिल्ली के सफदरजंग में बताया गया कि उनको वहाँ पे एडमिट कराया, जिसको नहीं दी जा रही, वहाँ पर उनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। काफी लंबे समय से 19-20 दिन से ज्यादा का समय हो गया था, उनकी तबियत ज्यादा बिगड़ रही थी, जिससे कि उनका नर्वस सिस्टम भी डाउन हो रहा था। वो पूरी तरीके से कहीं न कहीं 20 दिन तक खाना नहीं खाने की वजह से, भूख हड़ताल की वजह से उनकी जो तबियत है पूरी तरह से खराब चली थी, जिसको लेकर आज जो है दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से उनको जो है एडमिट कराया गया। हालांकि पुलिस का कहना है कि ये जो पूरा मामला है ये कहीं ना कहीं आरोप गलत है और पुलिस का कहना है कि जो उनके हालात को लेकर टाइम टू टाइम जो है डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से जानकारी दी जा रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी सोनम वांगचुक का ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है और इनिशियल जो रिपोर्ट है वो लंच के बाद तक जो है वो सामने क्लियर होगा कि आखिर अब तक रिपोर्ट में क्या सामने आना है कि
जी जावेद बने रहे हमारे साथ। नाउ व्यूअर्स amid the continuing CJP protest for the updates are coming in. Let's
को लेकर टाइम टू टाइम जो है लेकिन फिलहाल अभी
Maharashtra leader Amit Thackeray has also weighed in on the issue. Let's listen in.
काय भूमिका आज सांगाल तुम्ही महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेनेची? काय भूमिका आज सांगाल तुम्ही महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेनेची? आणि आजच या ठिकाणी
एका वेळेला
यांनाही पोलिसांनी इस्पितळामध्ये दाखल केलेलं आहे। यांचं म्हणणं आहे की जबरदस्तीने घेऊन गेले, पोलीस म्हणतात की इस्पितळात नेण्याची गरज होती म्हणून गेले।
आज आम्ही खरं तर सोनम वांगचुक सरांना पाठिंबा द्यायला आलेलो। लँड झाल्या आम्हाला कळलं की त्यांची प्रकृती बिघडलीमुळे त्यांना हॉस्पिटलला न्यायला लागलं। पण जसं आम्हाला व्हिडिओज दिसायला लागले की 4-5 लोकं आली सिव्हिलमध्ये आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं की आम्ही डॉक्टर आहोत, चेकअप करायला आलो आहे। ते काहीतरी सफेद पडदा घेऊन आले, सगळ्या प्रोटेस्टच्या समोर तो पडदा ठेवला आणि त्यांना उचलून घेऊन गेले। त्याच्यामुळे हा आपल्या लोकशाहीसाठी खूप घातक दिवस आहे।
जी जावेद, अब हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स नेता सामने आ रहे हैं। अभिजीत दीप के और सोनम वांगचुक के समर्थन में हमने देखा केजरीवाल आए थे, सौरभ भारद्वाज का बयान आया, स्वरा भास्कर भी हमें देखने को मिली। अब MNS के भी नेता सामने आए हैं कितने, और ममता बनर्जी ने भी सपोर्ट दिया है सोनम वांगचुक को। किस प्रकार से अभी विपक्षी दल इनके साथ हैं या नहीं है, कैसे बयान आ रहे हैं अलग अलग पार्टीज के?
देखिए, सोनम वांगचुक के अनशन को लेकर, भूख हड़ताल को लेकर, जिस तरीके से नीट यूजी स्कैम हुआ उसको लेकर जो शिक्षा मंत्री है धर्मेंद्र प्रधान, उनकी इस्तीफे की मांग को लेकर जो CJP कांग्रेस जनता पार्टी जो है वो शुरुआत में बैठी थी। उसके बाद जिस तरीके से शाम के वक्त जब कांग्रेस जनता पार्टी ने इस आंदोलन को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए कोशिश की थी, उसके बाद वो वहां से हटने के लिए मना कर दिया। उसके बाद अब तक तकरीबन 20 दिन से ज्यादा का समय हो गया। सोनम वांगचुक जो है उसी जंतर मंतर पे वहां पे भूख हड़ताल पर बैठे हुए हैं। और आज रविवार के दिन जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया कि हाईकोर्ट के आदेश पर उनको मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट देने के लिए कहा गया था और उस ऑर्डर को मानते हुए उनको वहां से हटाया गया है और उनको एडमिट कराया गया है। दूसरी तरफ CJP इस पूरे जो मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस और सरकार को कहीं ना कहीं आरोप लगा रही है। अब इस मामले में देखिए, जहां लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी की बात करें, आम आदमी पार्टी की बात करें या दूसरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात करें, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये माना जा रहा था कि इससे पीछे जो है कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल स्टंट है और इसको जो है कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड ये पूरा ये जो है प्रोटेस्ट है। लेकिन CJP का कहना था कि वो लोग सिर्फ हमें नीट यूजी स्कैम को लेकर वो हमें समर्थन कर रहे हैं। हम किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से या किसी भी पॉलिटिकल मामलों को लेकर हमारा किसी तरीके का कोई लेना देना नहीं है। लेकिन जहां लगातार दूसरे पार्टियों की बात करें, जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो वहां पर पहुंची थी, जिसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन हो पूरी माना जा रहा था कि ये कहीं पॉलिटिकल मूवमेंट न बन जाए। और जिस तरीके से 20 तारीख को किया गया है संसद को घेराव को लेकर, उसको लेकर भी दिल्ली पुलिस पूरी तरह से एक्टिव हो गई। हालांकि लगातार मॉनिटरिंग की जा रही थी जंतर मंतर पे किसी तरीके का ऐसा कोई भी मूवमेंट ना हो जिससे कि जंतर मंतर के बाहर लोग पहुंचकर जो दिल्ली का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है, दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक है या जो दिल्ली का जो एक सिस्टम है पूरी तरह से बिगड़ सके। लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से सोनम वांगचुक को अस्पताल एडमिट कराया गया, CJP एक बार फिर से जो है उग्र जो होती नजर आ रही है। कहीं ना कहीं वो 20 तारीख को लेकर पूरी तरीके से अपनी रणनीति तैयार कर रही है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस ने अभी दिल्ली पुलिस के नए कमिश्नर जो हैं अनुराग कुमार, उन्होंने एक मीटिंग भी बुलाई थी।
जावेद बने रहे, हमारे पास एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है व्यूअर्स, लेट्स टेक दैट। Two people have been detained in Guwahati for allegedly painting a portrait of Sonam Wangchuk on a public wall. जावेद, सोनम वांगचुक का अगर पोर्ट्रेट पेंट किया गया है उसमें अरेस्ट, कंप्लेंट में क्या दर्ज किया गया है ये बताइए।
जी देखिए, अभी ऑफिशियल पूरी जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है और कहा जा रहा है कि जो ऑफिशियल इस मामले को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आएगी उसके बाद जो है वो चीजें सामने आएगी कि आखिर ये पूरा मामला क्या था, किस तरीके की सारी चीजें इसको एग्जीक्यूट किया गया था।
जी जावेद बने रहे हमारे साथ। व्यूअर्स विद दैट लेट्स मूव ऑन टू न्यूज़ कमिंग इन फ्रॉम This is news from Delhi. A 45-year-old
Now,
man
according
was
to
shot
Delhi
dead
police
by
sources,
bike-borne
the
assailants
cockroach
in
Janata
Delhi's
Party.
Bhawana area. The victim has been identified as Joginder, also known as Kala, was attacked in village Pothkur at around 8:15 this morning. He was taken to MV Hospital where doctors declared him dead. Delhi police have registered the case and launched a search to identify and arrest the accused. Bike-borne assailants have shot a man dead in Delhi. This is in Bhavna area, and let's go across to Javed once again on this. Javed, exactly कहाँ पे है ये लोकेशन और कैसे हुआ ये पूरा सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट्स, कैसे गोली चलाई, कौन थे ये लोग और क्या इनकी कोई आपसी दुश्मनी थी?
और देखिए 40 साल का ये शख्स है और दिल्ली के आउटर नॉर्थ का ये मामला है। जो ये पूरा मामला है खुर्द का बताया जा रहा है जहाँ पर गोली चली है और 40 साल के जो शख्स है जिनकी पहचान जोगिंदर के रूप में हुई है और उन्हें गोली मारी गई है। ये बताया गया है कि जो जोगिंदर हैं जिनको गोली लगी है वो खुर्द इलाके में एक पानी के प्लांट पे मौजूद थे। उसी वक्त कुछ अज्ञात जो हमलावर थे उन पर फायरिंग कर दी और उसके बाद जो है पहले इंजर्ड होने के साथ जब ले जाया गया अस्पताल जहाँ पर उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। इससे इनिशियल अभी जो है दिल्ली पुलिस का मानना है कि आपसी रंजिश जो है उसको लेकर जो है दिल्ली पुलिस मामले की जांच कर रही है और बताया गया कि दो परिवारों के बीच काफी लंबे समय से कुछ रंजिश चल रहा था। इसके पीछे की वजह हो सकती है पुलिस जो है आपसी रंजिश और पूरे एंगल को लेकर अपनी जांच कर रही है। फिलहाल आसपास जो इस वक्त मौके पे चश्मदीद है उनसे और अपने इंटरनल इनपुट के बेस पर इस पूरे मामले की जांच पे जुट गई है। फिलहाल बॉडी को पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया गया है और फिलहाल पुलिस जो है परिवार के लोगों का और आसपास के लोग जो जोगिंदर को जानते थे उनके बयान को दर्ज किया जा रहा है।
जी जावेद धन्यवाद आपका खबर लाने के लिए एंड व्यूअर्स लेट्स प्रोसीड। Now, a Punjab police station house officer has been arrested in an alleged extortion and bribery case. Inspector Gurinderjeet Singh Nagra, posted as SHO of Tanda in Hoshiarpur, has been accused of demanding and accepting rupees 60 lakh as illegal gratification from a US-based family. Punjab police said he has been arrested, suspended from service, and departmental proceedings have been initiated. Police said the investigation is continuing to uncover the entire conspiracy. Punjab SHO has been arrested now in an extortion case. This SHO is named Gurinderjeet Singh and he's the SHO of Tanda in Hoshiarpur. 16 lakh rupees he has accepted as bribe and he extorted this money from a US-based family. Punjab police said he has been arrested, suspended. Now inquiry against him has been initiated. What the entire
is deteriorating.
Police has to be found.
Police has now, as per Delhi police sources,
Sandeep Singh is now joining us, my colleague on this. Sandeep Singh, ये बताइए कि क्या पूरा मामला है, कैसे इन्होंने इस US based family से पैसे लिए और ये पता कैसे चला कि इन्होंने ब्राइब रिसीव की है? टिप ऑफ कंप्लेंट कहां से आई?
देखिए, कंप्लेंट की बात की जाए तो लगातार जो है वो मिलती हुई नजर आई थी। हालांकि अगर बात करें तो लगातार ही जो है पुलिस जो इनके ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं जो है नजर रखे हुए दिखाई दे रही थी और उसके चलते जो है ये सारा मामला सामने आया है और जो टिप ऑफ मनी की बात की जा रही है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो है इनको ट्रेस करते हुए पुलिस जो है वो नजर आई है। जी
संदीप, पर जुड़ने के लिए आपका धन्यवाद और खबर लाने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स ऑन दैट नोट लेट्स टेक अ वेरी क्विक ब्रेक, विल बी राइट बैक।
देखिए, सिर्फ मेरे कहने पर टर्म इंश्योरेंस मत लीजिए। अगर आपको ये चिंता है कि दुर्भाग्यवश आपके बाद परिवार का क्या होगा, तब टर्म इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। अगर आप एक जिम्मेदार पिता हैं, पति हैं, तब टर्म इंश्योरेंस लीजिए पॉलिसी बाजार से। तो छोड़ दीजिए परिवार को किस्मत के भरोसे। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का टर्म इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 410 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के सतत प्रयासों से यूपी हरित आवरण में सर्वप्रथम है। डबल इंजन सरकार ने विगत 9 वर्षों में हरित आवरण को बढ़ाने में रिकॉर्ड योगदान दिया है। वर्ष 2017 से 2023 के बीच प्रदेश के वन एवं वृक्ष आवरण में 3,38,000 एकड़ की ऐतिहासिक वृद्धि दर्ज हुई। केंद्र की ओर से देश के विभिन्न राज्यों को इस महाअभियान में 100 करोड़ पौधारोपण का लक्ष्य दिया गया था, जिसमें यूपी की भागीदारी 30 करोड़ थी। विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस पर 5 करोड़ तथा 12 जुलाई को 35 करोड़ पौधारोपण करके यूपी ने इतिहास रच दिया। आइए इस अभियान को अनवरत आगे बढ़ाएं। जीवन के हर खास अवसर पर एक पेड़ जरूर लगाएं।
एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से कहीं जाने वाली है और ना ही हॉस्पिटल के खर्चे। बस आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का बिल कौन भरेगा, आप या आपकी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
जावेद, सोनम वांगचुक का अगर किया गया है, कंप्लेन में क्या दर्ज किया गया है, ये बताइए। हेलो एंड वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून व्यूअर्स, यू वाचिंग।
देखिए, अभी ऑफिशियल पूरी जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है और कहा जा रहा है कि जो ऑफिशियल इस मामले को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आएगी उसके बाद जो है वो चीजें सामने आएगी कि आखिर ये पूरा।
Now, India has scripted, of course, yet another milestone in its journey to becoming a global space power. In a historic first, Hyderabad-based private space startup, Skyroot Aerospace, has successfully launched its Vikram Orbital launch vehicle under mission Agaman, marking India's first ever successful private orbital space launch. This isn't just a win for one company, it's a defining moment for India's rapidly growing private space ecosystem. For decades, orbital launches were the domain of national space agencies, but today an Indian private company has demonstrated that innovation, ambition and indigenous technology can propel the country to a new era of commercial space flight. The mission is the result of years of engineering, testing and collaboration made possible by India's space sector reforms that opened the doors for private participation. From ISRO leading the way to startups now reaching orbit, India's space story has entered an exciting new chapter. We congratulate Team Skyroot. Mission Agaman truly signals the arrival of a new age in Indian space exploration. And we've opened our phone lines for all the viewers who wish to congratulate Skyroot for this historic mission launch and its success to call us and send in their messages. We will take your messages live on NewsX. And now upon this milestone success, let's take a look at ISRO's upcoming projects. All right, these are of course our Gaganauts, and Gaganyaan is the next ambitious space mission that India is looking at. India's human spacelift program, multiple uncrewed test flights leading to the first crewed orbital mission. This is Gaganyaan and our Gaganauts. Then there's also Chandrayaan 4 that is planned for 2027, complex lunar sample return mission, which involves 4 modules to collect and bring moon surface samples. It is super important, remember. And Venus Orbiter mission is planned for the year after that, which is 2028. Intraplanetary probe dedicated to studying the dense complex atmosphere of Venus. That's also something that we are looking at. And moving ahead, there's also a between 2028 and 29 lunar polar exploration mission, joint venture with Japan to explore the moon's South Pole region. Remember viewers, ISRO has already come up with some evidence to suggest that there may be subsurface ice on the lunar South Pole. And now there's also the Mangalyaan 2 or the Mars lander planned for 2030, second interplanetary journey to Mars equipped with atmospheric and surface exploration tools. So these are broadly what ISRO has planned and what India has planned for our space journey in the years ahead. Joining me now is Dr. Srijan Paul, a scientist himself. Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, for joining us here. Firstly, how would you reflect on India's space journey from the moment we started from taking our rockets on bicycles in 1962 to this day, when we have used modern technology, gone on an adventurous spree using those, we're having 3D printed rockets, Raman engines, and blasting off from Sriharikota by a private unicorn in space.
Absolutely, what a wonderful day. And as I would say, it's a journey from bullock carts to billion-dollar ventures. So the journey, as you all, we have also these beautiful visuals of Dr. Kalam and his tribe of people back in those days carrying rocket parts and bicycles on bullock carts and so on. And those rocket parts began their journey in 1980. On this very day, on 18th July 1980, we launched successfully our first satellite by Indian technology into space, and that was a mission led by Dr. Kalam. And lo and behold, on the same day, decades later, a private sector company, which is now also a billion-dollar venture, it's a unicorn, as you said, has done this on a private money. It's very risky, you know, doing it on a private sector is a far more difficult and a different journey than doing what ISRO had done. And nevertheless, salutations, of course, to Dr. Kalam and his team. And he's the one who's inspired a whole section of youngsters and as we call the Gen Zs, 18-year-old is the average age of Skyroot, a 28-year-old, sorry, which is basically a Gen Z. And we say Gen Zs are, you know, all kinds of things we say, but this is the Gen Z which is carrying India into space through a private venture. What is interesting is that this is a unicorn, and there are 400 startups in India which work in space. They're all doing a great job. It's not just a success of Skyroot alone, it is a success of the vision which was set by the Prime Minister to take India, because India opened its space sector to private sector only in 2020, which is 6 years ago. And that vision is fructifying. What is also fructifying is that whole satellite companies which have come up. Look at the first satellite which this Vikram 1 took into orbit. It is called Embrace, which is a robotic arm which will take space debris, 30,000 space debris. There's all kinds of dirt, you know, moving around the Earth, which is called space debris, the broken parts of satellites, and it will clean them up. That's a prototype, but this is the future of the company which is launching its satellite, Embrace. Prime Minister talked about Swachh Bharat. Our youngsters are doing Swachh Antariksh. So that is the kind of benevolent mission continues. You know, when ISRO started, Dr. Kalam, I worked with him for many, many years till his very last day. And he used to say the idea of India going into space was the kalyan of the fisherman and the kisan, which is the farmer and the fisherman. Today also, when private sector Indians are going into space, their mission seems to be low-cost launches, affordable launches, and cleaning up space debris. So it's a beautiful saga of Indian values and Indian technology bringing together and taking us successfully into space. So congratulations to Skyroot, congratulations to the team, and congratulations to all the other people who have been involved in it, and also to ISRO, which has enabled this private sector to come up in such a short span of time.
Right. Dr. Singh, now what's more important is what lies ahead. After the successful launch, it's only a beginning. We have a long way to go still when we are talking and comparing ourselves with companies like Blue Origin and SpaceX. How important and how easily can technology be transferred? How can we boost this scientific mindset in the coming generation? And what role do you think both public and private sector can play here coming together?
Right. So let me begin with the last part of the question. What role can public and private sector of India play here? There are two things which go into taking a mission into space: manpower, which is human talent, and investments, which is money. Now, with this mission's success, and in the very first attempt, by the way, success, which is phenomenal. I mean, not even Elon Musk was successful in the first attempt. It took a series of failures before Falcon happened.
Yeah.
Now, this is successful in the very first attempt. This will inspire a whole generation of youngsters in schools and colleges to take up similar risky missions. Space is risky. There's no doubt about that. If you venture into space, your venture is a risky venture. So a lot of people would do that. Remember that these two founders, the co-founders of Skyroot, were both ISRO scientists, young, must have been back then in their late 20s or early 30s. And they gave up their secure government job in 2018 when the sector of space in India was not open to private participation. It happened in 2020, I told you. For 2 years, they took a bet. So I think taking that bet, that leap of faith, is the ignited mind which Dr. Kalam used to talk about, the ignited mind of the youth. The second part which you needed in this is investment. That is where I think we need to change a bit. Even if you look at Skyroot, and if I just Google the data, out of $116 million of investments, 15 million is Indian, and the remaining 145 million is foreign investment. So it seems like foreign investors have more trust in our young people than we have trust in them.
Yes.
I think that has to change. We have to put money in our young people and their young ideas.
Yeah.
And that is so phenomenal. That's one lesson for me. And where does it go ahead? Well, it's a fantastic launch. A lot of people said, oh, it's too small. It's not. It's very useful. In space, there's no such concept of a small rocket and a big rocket. As long as it goes into the orbital mission, it goes into the low Earth orbit, it is a success. A small rocket is cheap, and now you can book a whole rocket. So it's like a cab. But whereas the mega launches like GSLV and PSLV is like a train. So you can put a lot of satellites, 100 satellites with one GSLV launch. But even with this Vikram 1 launch, you can put smaller number of satellites. So the business is there. The Indian space sector right now is valued between $8 to $9 billion, which is 80 to 90,000 crore. By 2023, it will reach about $44 billion, which is 4.5 lakh crore rupees. So it's a huge growth path and there's huge opportunity. And I'm not just talking about Indian space. The global space market is even bigger, manyfold. So that's where we are. Very promising, very lucrative for the nation. And just like IT sector did so wonderful things in 2000s, I believe the space sector will do so many wonderful things in the next 1 decade.
And India is ready for it. Dr. Singh, thank you very much for joining us and for speaking to us on this. And we move ahead now to some other updates coming in. Now, according to Delhi police sources, the Cockroach Janata Party or the CJP has not yet sought permission for its proposed march to Parliament. Sources say no formal application has been received or given so far. Javed Hussain will be joining us with more details on this. The CJP is yet to obtain the requisite permissions for staging its march to Parliament on Monday, that's July 20. And these are the information coming in from the sources from the police. जावेद, क्या सीजेपी ने परमिशन लेने की कोशिश करी? इसके बारे में हमें क्या पता है? क्या जो रिक्विजिट क्राइटेरिया है, जो नॉर्म्स हैं, जो प्रोटोकॉल है, वो फॉलो किए गए हैं अभी तक?
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि अभी कोई ऐसा जो है परमिशन नहीं है कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के पास। और जिस तरीके से पार्लियामेंट मार्च की भी बात आ रही है, उसको लेकर भी दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि जिस तरीके से पार्लियामेंट सेशन अब शुरू होना है और दिल्ली में नई दिल्ली को सुरक्षा में काफी सुरक्षा बढ़ाई गई है और वहां पर जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने जो पार्लियामेंट सेशन के लिए जो एक रूट लगाती है, उस रूट की भी पूरी तरीके से जो है वो बात कही गई है। और इनके पास किसी तरीके का कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के पास कोई भी अभी तक ऐसा परमिशन नहीं है, जिसको लेकर दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेज का कहना है। वहीं दूसरी तरफ जो कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी है, जिस तरीके से आज सुबह सोनम वांगचुक को दिल्ली पुलिस पर सीजेपी ने आरोप लगाया कि वो अचानक से स्टेज पर घुसे और वहां पे काफी पुलिस फोर्स के साथ सोनम वांगचुक को स्टेज से उठाकर ले गए। दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस का इस मामले में कहना था कि कोर्ट के डायरेक्शन पर उनकी हालत जिस तरह से बिगड़ रही थी, उसके बाद उन्हें जो है सफदरजंग अस्पताल में भर्ती कराया गया, जहां पर उनका इलाज चल रहा है। जी
जावेद, बने रहे हमारे साथ। व्यूअर्स, वी आर गेटिंग इन सम मोर अपडेट्स इन फैक्ट फ्रॉम द प्रोटेस्ट साइड। picking up that ink was hurled at Cockroach Janata Party founding president Abhijit Dipke. This is coming after Dipke has announced his intention to sit on a hunger strike. The incident briefly disrupted the demonstration as party workers reacted at the spot. Let's take a look at the visuals that came in. जावेद, कौन थे ये लोग जिन्होंने अभिजीत दीपके पर इंक फेंका है?
देखिए, जो वीडियो जिस तरीके से सामने आया है कि सोनम वांगचुक के बाद जो है अब दीपक जो है अभिजीत दीपके जो कि कॉकरोच जनता पार्टी के संस्थापक हैं, वो वहां पर जो अपने समर्थक हैं, जो उनके सपोर्टर्स हैं, उनके सामने वो लोग बात कर रहे थे। इसी बीच एक शख्स उनके ऊपर जो है वो इंक फेंकता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी जो है पुलिस ने उस शख्स को हिरासत में ले लिया, इस पूरे मामले में पूछताछ कर रही। लेकिन वही अभिजीत दीपके का जो समर्थक है, उनका आरोप है कि ये सरकार की तरफ से कराया गया है, ये सिस्टम की तरफ से कराया गया है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी इसके बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं मिल पाई है। पुलिस इस पूरे जो मामला इसको लेकर पुलिस जांच कर रही है और ये जानने की कोशिश कर रही कि क्या ये कौन है और यहाँ पर किस तरीके से माहौल खराब करने की जो कोशिश की गई है। जी
Javed, viewers, some more reports now coming in. Let's pick them up. Now, as per Delhi police sources, Sonam Wangchuk, his health is deteriorating. Police has said that he is dehydrated after prolonged fast. And according to DCP New Delhi, doctors had reached Jantar Mantar for Wangchuk's routine medical examination when some protesters allegedly created obstructions, leading to brief commotion on medical advice. Wangchuk was shifted to Safdarjung Hospital, of course, for further examination, and police have said that doctors found him weak, dehydrated, his potassium level was dropping, following which he was kept under observation. Medical tests are going to be held further as well. His condition is being monitored रेगुलरली। जावेद, क्या कुछ नए रिपोर्ट्स आए हैं अभी सोनम वांगचुक के हेल्थ पर? सुबह लेके गया था उन्हें हॉस्पिटल में, अब दोपहर होने को आई है।
और जी देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना डिहाइड्रेशन और इसके अलावा जिस तरीके से वो काफी दिन से भूख हड़ताल पे थे, उनका सिस्टम जो है वो डाउन हो गया, जिसको लेकर अब उनका इस वक्त ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। और दिल्ली उनके फैमिली का ये कहना है कि उनको लेकर जो है जो डॉक्टर्स हैं और किसी तरीके की कोई जानकारी नहीं दी जा रही। लेकिन वहीं दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है कि ऑनरेबल कोर्ट के जो ऑर्डर्स पर उनको मेडिकल एडवाइस के लिए कहा गया था दिल्ली पुलिस को, और उसके बाद सोनम वांगचुक को जो है आज जो है हॉस्पिटल जो है इनिशियल मेडिकल केयर में जाके उनको जाकर शिफ्ट कराया गया है। और दिल्ली के सफदरजंग में बताया गया कि उनको वहां पे एडमिट कराया गया, जिस तरीके से वहां पर उनका ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है। काफी लंबे समय से 19-20 दिन से ज्यादा का समय हो गया था, उनकी तबियत ज्यादा बिगड़ रही थी, जिससे कि उनका नर्वस सिस्टम भी डाउन हो रहा था। वो पूरी तरीके से कहीं ना कहीं 20 दिन तक खाना नहीं खाने की वजह से, भूख हड़ताल की वजह से उनकी जो तबियत है पूरी तरह से खराब चल रही थी। इसको लेकर आज जो है दिल्ली पुलिस की तरफ से उनको जो है एडमिट कराया गया। हालांकि पुलिस का कहना है कि ये जो पूरा मामला है ये कहीं ना कहीं आरोप गलत है, और पुलिस का कहना है कि जो उनके हालात को लेकर टाइम टू टाइम जो है डॉक्टर्स की तरफ से जानकारी दी जा रही है। लेकिन फिलहाल अभी सोनम वांगचुक का ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है और इनिशियल जो रिपोर्ट है वो लंच के बाद तक जो है वो सामने क्लियर होगा कि आखिर अब तक रिपोर्ट में क्या सामने आया है।
जी जावेद, बने रहे हमारे साथ। नाउ व्यूअर्स, amid the continuing CJP protest, further updates are coming in. Let's take them. Maharashtra leader Amit Thackeray has also weighed in on the issue. Let's listen in.
काय भूमिका आज सांगाल तुम्ही महाराष्ट्र नवनिर्माण सेनेची? आणि आजच या ठिकाणी
एका वेळेला
पोलिसांनी इस्पितळामध्ये दाखल केलेले आहे। यांचं म्हणणं आहे की जबरदस्तीने घेऊन गेले, पोलीस म्हणतात की इस्पितळात नेण्याची गरज होती म्हणून नेले।
आज आम्ही खरं तर सोनम वांगचुक सरांना पाठिंबा द्यायला आलेलो, लँड झाल्या आम्हाला कळलं की त्यांची प्रकृती बिघडलीमुळे त्यांच्यामुळे त्यांना हॉस्पिटलला न्यायला लागलं. पण जसं आम्हाला व्हिडिओज दिसायला लागले की 4-5 लोकं आली सिव्हिलमध्ये आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं की आम्ही डॉक्टर आहोत, चेकअप करायला आलो आहे. ते काहीतरी सफेद पडदा घेऊन आले, सगळ्या प्रोटेस्टर्ससमोर तो पडदा ठेवला आणि त्यांना उचलून घेऊन गेले. त्याच्यामुळे हा आपल्या लोकशाहीसाठी खूप घातक दिवस आहे.
जी जावेद, अब हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स नेता सामने आ रहे हैं. अभिजीत दीप के और सोनम वांगचुक के समर्थन में हमने देखा केजरीवाल आए थे, सौरभ भारद्वाज का बयान आया, स्वरा भास्कर भी हमें देखने को मिली. अब एमएनएस के भी नेता सामने आए हैं कितने, और ममता बनर्जी ने भी सपोर्ट दिया है सोनम वांगचुक को. किस प्रकार से अभी विपक्षी दल इनके साथ हैं या नहीं है, कैसे बयान आ रहे हैं अलग अलग पार्टीज के?
देखिए, सोनम वांगचुक के अनशन को लेकर, भूख हड़ताल को लेकर, जिस तरीके से नीट यूजी स्कैम हुआ उसको लेकर जो शिक्षा मंत्री है धर्मेंद्र प्रधान, उनकी इस्तीफे की मांग को लेकर जो सीजेपी कांग्रेस जनता पार्टी जो है वो शुरुआत में बैठी थी. उसके बाद जिस तरीके से शाम के वक्त जब कांग्रेस जनता पार्टी ने इस आंदोलन को ऑर्गेनाइज करने की कोशिश की थी, उसके बाद वो वहां से हटने के लिए मना कर दिया. उसके बाद अब तक तकरीबन 20 दिन से ज्यादा का समय हो गया. सोनम वांगचुक जो है उसी जंतर मंतर पे वहां पे भूख हड़ताल पर बैठे हुए हैं. और आज रविवार के दिन जो दिल्ली पुलिस ने बताया कि हाईकोर्ट के आदेश पर उनको मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट देने के लिए कहा गया था और उस ऑर्डर को मानते हुए उनको वहां से हटाया गया है और उनको एडमिट कराया गया है. दूसरी तरफ सीजेपी इस पूरे जो मामले में दिल्ली पुलिस और सरकार को कहीं ना कहीं आरोप लगा रही है. अब इस मामले में देखिए, जहां लगातार समाजवादी पार्टी की बात करें, आम आदमी पार्टी की बात करें या दूसरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की बात करें, तो कहीं ना कहीं ये माना जा रहा था और सरकार भी इस आरोप लगा रही थी कि इस पे पीछे जो है ये कहीं ना कहीं एक पॉलिटिकल स्टंट है और इसको जो है कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिकल मोटिवेटेड ये पूरा ये जो है प्रोटेस्ट है. लेकिन सीजेपी का कहना था कि वो लोग सिर्फ हमें नीट यूजी स्कैम को लेकर वो हमें समर्थन कर रहे हैं. हम किसी भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से या किसी भी पॉलिटिकल मामलों को लेकर हमारा किसी तरीके का कोई लेना देना नहीं है. लेकिन जहां लगातार कांग्रेस की जो दूसरे पार्टियों की बात करें, तमाम जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है वो वहां पर पहुंची थी, जिसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वो पूरी तरीके से सख्त हो गई. तो कहीं ऐसा माना जा रहा था कि ये कहीं पॉलिटिकल मूवमेंट ना बन जाओ. और जिस तरीके से 20 तारीख को कॉल किया गया है संसद को घेराव को लेकर, उसको लेकर भी दिल्ली पुलिस अब पूरी तरह से एक्टिव हो गई. हालांकि लगातार मॉनिटरिंग की जा रही थी जंतर मंतर पे कि किसी तरीके का ऐसा कोई भी मूवमेंट ना हो जिससे कि जंतर मंतर के बाहर लोग पहुंचकर जो दिल्ली का लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है, दिल्ली का ट्रैफिक है या जो दिल्ली का जो एक सिस्टम है पूरी तरह से बिगड़ सके. लेकिन अब जिस तरीके से सोनम वांगचुक को अस्पताल एडमिट कराया गया, सीजेपी एक बार फिर से जो है उग्र जो होती नजर आ रही है. कहीं ना कहीं वो 20 तारीख को लेकर पूरी तरीके से अपनी रणनीति तैयार कर रही है. वहीं दूसरी तरफ दिल्ली पुलिस ने अभी दिल्ली पुलिस के नए कमिश्नर जो हैं अनुराग कुमार, उन्होंने एक मीटिंग भी बुलाई.
जावेद बने रहे, हमारे पास एक बड़ी खबर आ रही है. व्यूअर्स, लेट्स टेक दैट. Two people have been detained in Guwahati for allegedly painting a portrait of Sonam Wangchuk on a public wall. जावेद, सोनम वांगचुक का अगर पोर्ट्रेट पेंट किया गया है, उसमें अरेस्ट कंप्लेन में क्या दर्ज किया गया है, ये बताइए.
जी देखिए, अभी ऑफिशियल पूरी जानकारी सामने नहीं आई है और कहा जा रहा है कि जो ऑफिशियल इस मामले को लेकर जो जानकारी सामने आएगी उसके बाद जो है वो चीजें सामने आएगी कि आखिर ये पूरा मामला क्या था, किस तरीके की सारी चीजें इसको एग्जीक्यूट किया गया था.
जी जावेद बने रहे हमारे साथ. व्यूअर्स, विद दैट लेट्स मूव ऑन टू न्यूज कमिंग इन फ्रॉम This is news from Delhi. A 45-year-old man was shot dead by bike-borne assailants in Delhi's Bhawana area. The victim has been identified as Joginder, also known as Kala, was attacked in village Potkur at around 8:15 this morning. He was taken to MV Hospital where doctors declared him dead. Delhi police have registered the case and launched a search to identify and arrest the accused. Bike-borne assailants have shot a man dead in Delhi. This is in Bhavna area, and let's go across to Javed once again on this. Javed, एग्जैक्टली कहाँ पे है ये लोकेशन और कैसे हुआ ये पूरा सीक्वेंस ऑफ इवेंट्स, कैसे गोली चलाई, कौन थे ये लोग और क्या इनकी कोई आपसी दुश्मनी थी?
और देखिए 40 साल का ये शख्स है और दिल्ली के आउटर नॉर्थ का ये मामला है। जो ये पूरा मामला है खुर्द का बताया जा रहा है, जहाँ पर गोली चली है और 40 साल के जो शख्स है जिनकी पहचान जोगिंदर के रूप में हुई है और उन्हें गोली मारी गई है। ये बताया गया है कि जो जोगिंदर हैं जिनको गोली लगी है वो खुर्द इलाके में एक पानी के प्लांट पे मौजूद थे। उसी वक्त कुछ अज्ञात जो हमलावर थे उन पर फायरिंग कर दी और उसके बाद जो है पहले इंजर्ड होने के साथ जब उन्हें ले जाया गया अस्पताल जहां पर उनकी मृत्यु हो गई। इससे इनिशियल अभी जो है दिल्ली पुलिस का मानना है कि आपसी रंजिश जो है उसको लेकर जो है दिल्ली पुलिस इस पूरे मामले की जांच कर रही है और बताया गया कि दो परिवारों के बीच काफी लंबे समय से कुछ रंजिश चल रहा था जिसके पीछे ये वजह हो सकती है। फिलहाल पुलिस जो है आपसी रंजिश और इस पूरे एंगल को लेकर अपनी जांच कर रही है। फिलहाल आसपास जो इस वक्त मौके पे चश्मदीद है उनसे और अपने इंटरनल इनपुट के बेस पर इस पूरे मामले की जांच पे जुट गई है। फिलहाल बॉडी को पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेज दिया गया है और फिलहाल पुलिस जो है परिवार के लोगों का और आसपास के लोग जो जोगिंदर को जानते थे उनके बयान को दर्ज किया जा रहा है।
जी जावेद, धन्यवाद आपका खबर लाने के लिए एंड व्यूअर्स लेट्स प्रोसीड। Now, a Punjab police station house officer has been arrested in an alleged extortion and bribery case. Inspector Gurinderjeet Singh Nagra, posted as SHO of Tanda in Hoshiarpur, has been accused of demanding and accepting rupees 60 lakh as illegal gratification from a US-based family. Punjab police said he has been arrested, suspended from service, and departmental proceedings have been initiated. Police said the investigation is continuing to uncover the entire conspiracy. Punjab SHO has been arrested now in an extortion case. This SHO is named Gurinderjeet Singh and he's the SHO of Tanda in Hoshiarpur. 16 lakh rupees he has accepted as bribe and he extorted this money from a US based family. Punjab police said he has been arrested, suspended. Now inquiry against him has been initiated. What the entire conspiracy is about is yet to be found. Sandeep Singh is now joining us, my colleague on this. Sandeep Singh, ये बताइए कि क्या पूरा मामला है, कैसे इन्होंने इस US based family से पैसे लिए और ये पता कैसे चला कि इन्होंने ब्राइब रिसीव की है? टिप ऑफ कंप्लेंट कहाँ से आई?
देखिए, कंप्लेंट की बात की जाए तो लगातार जो है वो मिलती हुई नजर आई थी। हालांकि अगर बात करें तो लगातार ही जो है पुलिस जो इनके ऊपर कहीं ना कहीं जो है नजर रखे हुए दिखाई दे रही थी और उसके चलते जो है ये सारा मामला सामने आया है और जो टिप ऑफ मनी की बात की जा रही है वो कहीं ना कहीं जो है इनको ट्रेस करते हुए पुलिस जो है वो नजर आई है। जी
संदीप, जुड़ने के लिए आपका धन्यवाद और खबर लाने के लिए। एंड व्यूअर्स, ऑन दैट नोट लेट्स टेक अ वेरी क्विक ब्रेक, विल बी राइट बैक।
एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से कहीं जाने वाली है और ना ही हॉस्पिटल के खर्चे। बस आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का बिल कौन भरेगा, आप या आपकी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
आज का भारत सिर्फ आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा, भारत खुद को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर ले जा रहा है।
Together with my friend Prime Minister Modi, who I was pleased to see again last night, we took on our bilateral relationship and raised it to its highest level ever.
We need new answers. That's why we are coming to India.
And as a citizen of Nepal, India's closest neighbor, I feel a deep sense of pride and optimism seeing this strike.
एक बात समझ लीजिए, ना बीमारी दुनिया से कहीं जाने वाली है और ना ही हॉस्पिटल के खर्चे। बस आपको ये सोचना होगा कि हॉस्पिटल का बिल कौन भरेगा, आप या आपकी इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी। आज ही पॉलिसी बाजार से हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लीजिए। पॉलिसी बाजार पे 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए हर महीने से शुरू होता है।
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riya Dwivedi. Now let's begin at the top of the hour with some headlines. Skyroot's Vikram 1 successfully blasts off into orbit from the Satish Dhawan Space Center. India becomes only the 3rd country in the world with private orbital launch capability. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to Skyroot Aerospace team, congratulates them for a defining moment in India's space journey. Sonam Wangchuk's wife says he will continue his indefinite hunger strike despite being shifted to Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Delhi police asserts Sonam Wangchuk hospitalized as per Delhi High Court directive, denies allegations of protesters being lathi-charged and detained. An anti-encroachment drive is being carried out amidst security arrangements at MP Abhishek Banerjee's closed office in Amtala South 24 Paragons. Iran claims it has struck the Al Azraq air base in Jordan. This comes after IRGC claimed it had targeted US aircraft in Bahrain and communication center in Kuwait. All right, beginning with the top story of the hour, the Supreme Court has clarified that deletion of a person's name from the electoral roll does not result in the loss of citizenship. The court said the Election Commission has control over the electoral roll, but questions of citizenship must be decided by the central government through the due legal process. And the observation came while hearing a petition related to voters removed from the electoral roll in West Bengal. Now joining me on the telecast is a special guest, Rashid Kirwai, visiting fellow, ORF, senior journalist and political commentator. Thank you so much for joining me on the telecast. Obviously, we've seen that what Supreme Court has said. What do you think is this a constitutional distinction in terms of this when we talk about the role of EC, and in terms of this does not mean that even if your name is deleted from the voter list, it does not mean that you're not a citizen?
Look, there is a lot of confusion, misgivings, politically motivated campaigns around citizenship, voting right, and a host of other things, and which is very unfortunate because citizenship in India is at one level it can be complicated, but it is very simple. That any person who's living in India and born, or his father or grandparents were born, is a citizen of India. So the emphasis of the central government and law enforcing agencies should be on inclusion rather than exclusion. But it has been weaponized by both sides. The opposition is building a narrative. There are many political parties in the opposition ranks who are building this narrative that Narendra Modi government is determined to deny citizenship rights and many kind of what we call it as a Labharthi Yojana, that poor schemes to people, particularly marginalized section, members of minority community, and a vote bank that does not vote for Mr. Narendra Modi or the BJP. Whereas the government, many times in many states, elements in the government, senior political leaders are doing very little to dispel this kind of propaganda. So therefore, here is a situation which is very annoying, very disturbing, at the same time a bit problematic, that a section of people, bona fide citizens of the country, are feeling threatened, and there is some kind of question about their citizenship. I think it's high time that the government of the day comes with a national voter identity card or something like that, so that everybody is included, and it's the onus of proving citizenship or the right to vote should be on the government rather than the individual. because there are a lot of people, we have migratory population, we have a lot of people who keep, they live in somewhere and they work somewhere and their place of origin is somewhere different and there is a lack of documentation, birth certificate, etc. So the government must include everyone in. And if we have what we call it as a 150 crore population, 140 crore population, and then of course some people can come under lens who have a dubious district who have come outside. Just very quick point about outsiders. It is a failure of the federal government, central government, that if there are hundreds and thousands of people who have come from outside and living in India illegally. Remember, Mr. Narendra Modi came on this plank of national security in 2014. Here we are in 2026. One quick data point, the number of people the UPA had deported is 10 times more than the number of people deported by this government in the past 12 years.
And another question from you, in your perspective, how might this observation affect the way doubtful voter cases are handled going forward, which was also mentioned by the Supreme Court as well?
I think it's mind-boggling, and I'm not saying from the political prism because the elections in Bengal is over and it's settled and everybody has accepted the mandate. Even if these kind of dubious voters were included, I think the outcome would have been same, if not similar. Therefore, I think there is no need to link inclusion of voter list or exclusion of voter list with the outcome. But having said that, I think it's a great shame that 27 lakh people, let's talk about Bengal, voted perhaps illegally in 2024 Lok Sabha election, or perhaps denied right to vote in 2026 Assembly election. One of it is correct and one of it is wrong. But both propositions are very disturbing, that I say as a citizen of India. If 27 lakh people voted illegally in 2024, then that verdict becomes a little, dubious. If 27 lakh bona fide citizens were denied right to vote in 2026 Assembly election, that's very unfortunate. So I think government needs to streamline, and the Election Commission also, we have seen this SIR takes place every 20 years or so. I was a very active reporter in Delhi in 2003 when this SIR is supposed to have taken place. I have been telling all political workers, my journalist colleagues, everybody, they show me a single news clip or a news press print cutting to say that there was some kind of hue and cry about SIR in 2003. So how is it possible that an exercise of that magnitude happened very smoothly in 2003, and in 2026 there is real havoc is being played?
And another question from you is, what safeguards should exist to ensure that eligible citizens are not wrongfully removed from the electoral rolls while also maintaining the integrity of the elections, especially when we're talking about SIR?
Yeah, I think you asked a very good question, very pertinent question, and this is, but unfortunately, I don't have an answer. We have a very piquant situation. We have 14 types of proofs of identity: your PAN card, your Aadhaar card, your driving license, all kind of your bank account, everything, including the passport. And yet the government says or tells the court, and courts also recognize that none of these 14 documents are actually prove your citizenship. So it is like in God's hand, whether you're a citizen or you're not. So every time there is uneducated people, marginalized sections, Dalits, tribal, minorities, they have a great apprehension that whether they are considered as bona fide citizens or not. And therefore, I think this is very disturbing and this needs to be corrected. Let the see, it is very, I would say, ironical and bizarre and paradox that I travel in a document called passport and it says that you are a citizen of India. I am getting access to whether I go to England or Africa or anywhere in America, I am treated as a citizen of India. And yet, if the government does Supreme Court that look, the passport is not a proof of that you are an Indian. I think it is something very unfortunate. This should not have been there. As I said, in progressive developed nations, it is government that reaches out to the citizens. Here, the citizens are moving. If you ask me, I have some 8-10 documents, ready with me. That one day, if somebody asks me, "Are you a citizen of India or not?" I will show my birth certificate of mine, my father, whatever the property we had, the kind of my grandfather was sent to Kalapani to as a for fighting against the British, all kind of things, and yet there is a great deal of anxiety and stress in my mind. I think this confusion should be over, because people should, as we have seen in many of these, whether it is America or England, you have a one national identity and there is one number, and that works everywhere, and you have biometrics.
And another question to you is that do you think that this clarification will lead to changes in election administration or future litigation on voter eligibility, and if so, how?
How I wish what you are saying is comes true, but not, because I think there is, as I said, there is a narrative, and in narrative both the ruling party and the opposition, I would say, are guilty of not coming clean, because there is some kind of confusion that people want to develop, and a sense of insecurity, and the opposition also wants to highlight this, that here is a government which is going to exclude the benefits of various government schemes or the guarantees of free ration to people who don't vote for that particular political party. Now that is not the grain of parliamentary democracy. In parliamentary democracy, of course, people would elect somebody with a margin of, let's say, 51 votes and 49 votes. But once the person who wins with 51 votes adopts everybody, including those 49 who have not voted, as one of them, and gives all kind of welfare.
Now let's begin at the top of the hour with some headlines.
All citizenship rights, and that's the.
Hello, you're watching NewsX with me, Riyadh. Now let's
so if we start doing this, that no political party in India gets more than 40% or so votes. That means the 60%.
All right, beginning with the top story of the hour.
I think this is very unfortunate. This is against the grain of Indian Constitution, liberty, all those noble thoughts that are linked with the citizenry. I think government must come up with a comprehensive scheme and not a new card. I'm not in favor of new card. Let make Aadhaar as a just thing of proof of national citizenship and voting right. Link Aadhaar with voter ID, and let there be just one card which will have your biometrics, because there cannot be 5 or 10 Rashid Kidwais, because the one biometric is one. So therefore, if there are some kind of overlapping in Aadhaar, that identity card, that the Aadhaar, to my mind, is a very good
Rashid, last question, follow-up question of what you already have stated. That do you think it's this citizenship, establishing one's citizenship in India is becoming increasingly elusive because people are struggling with its identity versus citizenship? How do you think that this debate can be settled finally for good? Because people are struggling with its identity.
As you are rightly saying, the debate is increasingly becoming problematic, complex, and leading to a lot of anxiety, and I would say a sense of alienation also, because the people are being otherized, that you are a bona fide citizen, and person X or Y or Z is not a bona fide citizen. So this is leading to a lot of and person X or Y or Z is not a bona fide citizenship is a birthright, leading to a lot of and everybody, when you have a huge country like India, when you have citizenship is a birthright, very difficult geography in the north, east, and many parts of the country. You need to strengthen the people, particularly who are living on the border areas with many parts of the country, or areas bordering Nepal, China, all kind of Sri Lanka. They must have that kind of confidence. They are citizens of India, and they are there to defend their motherland. They must have their kind of confidence. So these are the people who need, and they are given a sense of assurance by the government of the day, and by the courts, by the election commission, given equally important is the voting right, assurance by the government of the day, and by the courts, by the judiciously. And equally important the voting right, that if you're voting for a political party, then you will get the benefit. I think that needs to be connected. So there is that reason for a political party, then you will get the benefit. I think that Modi, who's immensely popular, if he comes and tells citizens, address to the nation, that look, whoever is living in India, contributing to GDP, working hard, honesty and integrity is part of India. So the denial of citizenship should be exception, not the rule. Honesty. Here what we are seeing is some, don't denial of citizenship come up with a number, but a large number of people. Here, what we are seeing is some section of people want to have come up with a worry whether in the final outcome whether they will be sent to detention center. Which country will take any citizen of India, even worry whether in the final is under some kind of detention center. I think anybody who has any document, whether it is a driving license or some ration card or anything, I think anybody who has any document, whether it is if somebody is indulging in any anti-national activity or anything, of course that person needs to be shown the door. Co-opt them. But as we have seen, somebody is indulging in many of the anti-national activity, whether it is Chakma or Rohingya, the Bihari Muslims. But as we have seen this migration, many of the things, lot of problems, security, safety, economy, social harmony, any yardstick lot of problems. You take, there is always a problem. So I think government must get into social solution mode rather than trying to get some extra votes and have some kind of. So I think government must get into.
All right, Rashid. Thank you so much for joining me on the telecast and obviously sharing your insight on that story. But shifting our focus to more news coming in. Thank you so much for joining me on the telecast and obviously sharing your insight on that story. But shifting our focus to more. The Cockroach Janata Party has reacted after ink was thrown at its founding president Abhijit Deepke and his statement that the party has stated, and I quote, no matter how many attacks this government launches via Baba Sahib's children, the party has stated, and I quote, no matter how many attacks the party ended its message with the slogan, launches via Baba Sahib's children, we will not fear, unquote. That's the latest that we're getting to know. Now joining me on the telecast is my colleague Arzu Said. Arzu, what exactly we're getting to know in terms of the latest development and the status right now in Jantar Mantar? What exactly is going on over there? In terms of the latest development and the status right now in Jantar Mantar, what exactly is going on over there?
A lot of development that is happening at Jantar Mantar, and what has happened, the Ink and Cockroach Janata Party founder Abhijit Deepke, and as he was addressing a large gathering at Jantar Mantar, and also the incident briefly disrupted the program as supporters rushed towards the stage, triggering the massive talk between both and towards the women's identity and the motive behind the act were not immediately known, but the CGP has identity and the motive behind the act were not immediately known, but the government carries out. We are the children of B.R. Ambedkar, and we are not going to be afraid of anything. So this is what the CGP has to say regarding the attack that has happened, and this comes hours after Sonam Wangchuk was on the independent hunger strike against the irregularities in the examination, and the NEET paper leak was removed from the Jantar Mantar and shifted to the Safdarjung Hospital. Wangchuk was removed from the stage for the Jantar Mantar and shifted to the Safdarjung Hospital. Wangchuk was removed from the stage for the hours before this monsoon session on Monday. But as of now, the protest for the first day of monsoon session on Monday. But as of now, the protest continues at the CGP spokesperson and founder, yes, where the CGP
all right, I'll stay on with me. We have more updates coming in.
Yes, all the president.
All right, I'll stay on with me. We have more updates coming in. After being targeted in an ink attack, CJP founding president Abhijit Deepke has reacted. After being targeted in an ink attack, CJP founding president Abhijit Deepke has reacted. He has stated, and I quote, so Blue is my color, the person that has done this, have they been arrested? So in terms of the person that has done this, have they been arrested? And in terms of the latest there's been an ink attack on Deepke. What exactly do you think that this situation will calm down? There's been an ink attack on Deepke. So what exactly do you think that this situation will calm down?
After another incident that has happened, and yes, as I now Abhijit Deepke has also another incident that has happened, and now Abhijit Deepke has also in fact reacted to this and said that posted on social media platform on X, and Abhijit Deepke has posted on social media platform on X. A woman can clearly be seen throwing ink on his face while he was addressing the. A woman can clearly be seen throwing ink on his face while he was addressing the. Early morning. Apart from this, in fact, seen picked up from we saw in the early morning Safdarjung Hospital by Delhi police from Jantar Mantar has happened, and taken to the Safdarjung Hospital by Delhi police, and the party says that has happened and not going to step back. They will continue their protest. The party says that they will not going to step back. They will continue their protest and as they carried out by the Parliament on 20th July, and that will be carried out by the
All right, Arzu, stay on with me. I have more
Party,
updates
and
coming in.
they are not going to upgrade from anyone. Yes.
All right, Arzu, stay on with me. I have more updates coming in. Sonam Wangchuk's wife, Gitanjali Angmo, has said that he continues his hunger strike even after being taken to the hospital. Angmo has said that he continues his hunger strike even after being taken to the hospital. Firm on continuing his fast. She said Wangchuk refused to take electrolyte and has remained firm on continuing his fast. So her remarks come amid growing concern over Wangchuk's health. So Gitanjali went to the hospital. What did she come to know about Wangchuk's condition? Gitanjali went to the hospital. What did she come to know about regarding his health to her as well? And has there been an update given regarding his health to her as well?
Wangchuk has been placed in the emergency ward. What we are getting to know that the Sonam Wangchuk has been placed in the emergency ward, and wife of Sonam Wangchuk on Saturday is to be normal, but yet the Gitanjali wife of Sonam Wangchuk on Saturday, so she has mentioned that the march to the Parliament, also on July 20, she has mentioned that the march to the Parliament on July 20 would be Subversion Hospital by Delhi Police, and she said that the Wangchuk's hunger strike continued by Delhi Police, and we are getting to know Wangchuk's hunger strike to the reporters outside the hospital. We are getting to know Wangchuk was speaking to the reporters outside the hospital. Wangchuk wife has said that the 20th March, the education system is the responsibility of the executive, and the policy maker our job system is the responsibility of the executive, and she in fact mentioned our job is to tell them that the system has completely collapsed. She in fact mentioned that immediate hunger strike, and she said that Sonam Wangchuk refused electrolyte powder, immediate hunger strike, and she said that even now when electrolyte powder and continues shifted to the even now when he was his hunger strike continued to the and this movement is not just the hunger strike continues, and this movement is not just the whole country and paper leak, it is to awaken the whole side of the whole country, and it has awakened to a sufficient extent. This is what she added. Yes.
All right, Arzu, thank you so much for joining me on the telecast. Meanwhile, Sonam Wangchuk's wife, Gitanjali, has written to Safdarjung Hospital seeking his transfer to a medical center of the family's choice. In her letter, she said the family's transfer to a medical center of the family's choice. Due to what she described as a lack of transparency in his treatment, had been shaken. And the request comes as what she described as a lack of transparency in his treatment. And the request comes as Wangchuk remains under medical observation. So that's the latest we're getting to know at this point of time, but more news coming in. Now, so that's the latest we're getting to know at this point of time, but more news coming in.